under the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana. We request all participants to please switch your cameras on and join us in the yoga session. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Adipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back as you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the bandhas as you gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Nagipavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake. Next up is Kopilasana. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight and then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird. The next asana is Meticulously. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all the bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle and gaze at the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time change the direction of the movement. The next asana is Gabhasana. Now place your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head and your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. Form Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so. The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged. The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center, the mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Next up is the Ujjayi Karana. Stand with the heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bent in Adimandi. Now bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body. Follow along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Asana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Shankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, holding it up towards your chest. Keep your head and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all the Vandhas, Mahamudra. Move on to Paramashivoham. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all the Vandhas as you visualize Swamiji in the space. The next asana is Asana. Standing on one leg. Hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra with the index finger and thumb touching as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha. Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby. Now repeat Paramashivoham on the other side. Pull the other foot towards the buttocks and visualize Swamiji in a space, engaging all the bandhas. Now repeat Asana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja. Next up is the Altarishtakarana. From Adimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Katichinakana. From Adimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head beside your ears. Engage all the Vandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new Paramashivoham. Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman, or pregnant women shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all the bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in the space. The next asana is Paramashivoham, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine. The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Shankari Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha. Many known faces have joined again. Wesley Silva, Alex Dodge, KAILASA Hyderabad. Nice to see you all. The next asana is Tashatana. Now push your body up, back into plank position, and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest, back and forth, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and probably breathe through your nose and Sahaja Kumbhaka. The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot. The next asana is Vedavajasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bend at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, fold the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Vedavajra as you perform Ujjayanavana and Navana. Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Vedavajasana on the other side. To request all the participants to please arrange your cameras so you are visible on your camera. Don't just turn them on. Make sure the room is lit properly and you are visible on camera. Thank you. The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree. The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Munavana. Now stand on your upper leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda. The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground, lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha. Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Next up is the Nikutaka Karana from Harimandi position. Heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now sink the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up, change the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham. The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides, palms facing forward in Varanasi. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vidunasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in a space and perform the Mula Bandha. Now exchange the position of your feet, stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side. Now again, in forward now, pulling up to the front foot and the back heel. Repeating Asana on the other side. The next asana is Brahmadrankashasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes open wide, blinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha. The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and hold your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni. The next asana is Bhadragunakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmarikumbhaka. The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels as you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms, resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya. The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes spread, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Uttana Andukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture. Bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Form Uddiyana Bandha and Lavanda as you do so. The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully. As you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with the heels under the perineum, the knees open wide, then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Uttana Mudra. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmarikumbhaka. The next asana is Kakapusandhi Asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Kanipalasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swami in your inner space and balance on your arms. The next asana is Kapali Asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees under the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Form the Mula Bandha as you do so. Now, twist your body in the other direction and repeat Paramashivoham on the other side. The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha. Now step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking. As you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. The next asana is Ummukhapitasana. From Tadakshasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vasishthasana. From Tadakshasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vasishta as you perform the Mula Bandha. Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vasishthasana. Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body, tuck your chin to the chest, contract the perineal region. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Mahasabhashivoham. Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from the lungs in the Rechaka Kumbhaka. The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of the core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space. The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. I'll drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudra. Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back. In Marichi Asana on the other side. Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all the wonders, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side. The next asana is Padmasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Paramashivoham. From Vajrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Nithyananda Paramashivam. The next asana is Yogi Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and form the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Asana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha. Next up is Siddhasamadhyasana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart, as you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground and bob your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Vatsuya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha. Next up is Shinakipavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Chanakana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Hold your stomach in and up. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is KAILASA. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in the Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest. Now repeat Asana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward enough. Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose. Visualize the face of a cow and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Sit Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a Rishika Anasuya. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mukla Bandha. Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Naradasana. Now, sit and place a perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Narada as you perform the Mula Bandha. Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin. As you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra, visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha. Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of the cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. In Sit Kumbhaka. Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Chin over the knees, nose towards the ground. In Anasuyasana too. Now repeat Garudasana too on the other side. Bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Next up is Naradasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada. Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. And place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Next up is Matsendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsendrasana, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. The next asana is Savasana. From Matsendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back, gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel. Next up is Matsendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsendrasana. Now repeat Matsendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back. The next asana is Upasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front Victoria Prana Mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel. The hand to the ground behind you, twist your body even further as you visualize Matsendrasana 2. The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all Tribandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka. Now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The next asana is Padmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly into Sahajra Kumbhaka. The next asana is Padhakiki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward, find balance, and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahajra Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha. Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs up the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana. The next asana is Ushasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Float the feet down towards the ground outside of the hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandhan. The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's mole. And the Mula Bandha as you do so. The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region and Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up, walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders, and then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha. Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose. The next asana is Parikhasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace. Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Aukasana. Even utilizing the weights as he's performing those asanas. Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so. The next asana is Ummukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now lower your body down, flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara Chakra. in Shakti Chala Mudra. Relax, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead, and the supreme punch of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Uttanam Shavabhubhu Shayanam Asanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the bottom of it.
So we're going to close this session with Puna mantra. Sit straight, close your eyes, place your hand in Anjali Mudra. Om Purnamada Purnamidan Purnat Purnamadashate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamiva Vashishate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tassat Sarvam Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paruka Paramastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Let's get ready for the next session. Mike can take over, Ma.
Yes, Saya. Nithyanandam, thank you. Nithyanandam, everyone. Let us continue. A very beautiful session in Paramashivoham level 1 today. It's the Nithyananda Spurana. Let's begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight. Put your hands together in Atmanjali Mudra. Close your eyes. We'll invoke Bhagavan's presence. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcome you all to Nithyananda Spurana in Paramashivoham level 1. In this session, the benefits of this session, you will be learning how to live peacefully, which is the greatest gift that anybody can have. What is Ananda? Let us understand the term Ananda, the energy that never reduces. Let me first introduce the word Nithyananda Spurana to all of you. Nitya Ananda are two words. Nitya is eternal. Ananda is bliss. Spurana is flowering. Continuously, eternal bliss is flowering within us, happening within us, but we keep stopping it. Before I continue, can I confirm if the translator is in the session? Can the participants let me know? Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So Ananda means the feeling or the energy that never subsides. The opposite of it is Nanda. Nanda and Ananda are opposites. Nanda means which can leave you, which can be taken away from you. Ananda means that which never leaves you, which can never be taken away from you, which will never reduce. It can never be affected by a certain time or a certain space. It happens irrespective of time and space. Anything that changes based on time and space is Nanda. Anything that will not change based on time and space is Ananda. Right now, whatever you think of as Ananda is only joy. It is not bliss, and joy changes based on time and space. At a particular time, we are all blissful. In a particular space, we are blissful. If we try to reproduce that same time or space, we find that we are not as blissful as before. That is what I mean when I say that the joy that we know is subject to time and space, and it is also inconsistent at that. In each and every one of us, there is an energy that's continuously flowing, which never changes. There is an energy that can never be taken away from us. Of course, again and again, all the masters who appeared on planet Earth say that in every being, Ananda is flowing. Apart from the masters saying, even if we start searching inside, we will understand that if there is no Ananda sustaining us at the bottom line, we won't be able to move even an inch in our lives. Even the inhaling and exhaling is happening because of the underlying bliss. Our life continues because either we experience this bliss or we hope to experience this bliss someday. The hope of bliss is what keeps us alive, even if we are not aware of it. In each and every one of us, there is an energy continuously flowing which never changes. There is an energy that can never be taken away from us. Of course, again and again, all the masters who appeared on planet Earth say that in every being, Ananda is flowing. Our life continues because either we experience this bliss or we hope to experience this bliss someday, right? The hope of this bliss is what keeps us alive, even if we are not aware of it. Only because of this Ananda that we are even inhaling and exhaling. Either we experience or we have an idea that we will experience. It is the continuous flow of Ananda that makes our life also flow. Otherwise, our life will not flow. That is why still we are alive. That is why still we are breathing. That is why our system is still functioning. This energy is what we call Ananda. It is continuously working within our being. All masters agree on one point, that we are bliss. If we ask about food, some of them will say to have only vegetarian food. Some masters will say that we can also have non-veg food. Some will say that we should fast unto enlightenment. Some will say that there are no food restrictions. Each one will have his own opinion about it. If we ask about marriage, some will say don't marry, be a celibate. Some will say you can marry, be a householder. Being a householder is okay. Some will say you can marry even 4 or 5 times. Marrying 4 or 5 times is the straight way to enlightenment, by the way. If we marry 4 or 5 times, we can't manage our life without getting enlightened. It becomes a basic need then. If we marry once, enlightenment is an option. If we marry more than once, enlightenment is a basic need without which we can't live. Anyhow, jokes aside, each of these masters has got their own idea, their own opinion on every subject. No 2 masters agree with each other on the same subject. But when it comes to this one concept, Ananda, all of them agree to the statement that we are bliss. Our inherent nature is bliss. There is no being on planet Earth that is not filled with bliss. In every one of us, bliss is flowing. In every being, bliss is continuously happening. As far as this one concept is concerned, there is no master who disagrees. If all the masters are agreeing on this one point, it must be a fundamental truth, isn't it? We go on to talk about how in the mystery of death lies the answer to life. In the United States of America, 115 years ago, a young lady asked the great sage, Swami Vivekananda, what is life? Swami said, come with me to India, I will teach you. She asked, what will you teach me? Swami Vivekananda replies, I shall teach you how to die. The question is about life, but the answer is about death. It seems strange. What Swami Vivekananda is saying is, if you know the secret of death, the quality of your life will be different. Your very understanding and attitude towards everything will change. Death is not a mere incident at the end of your life. It is a profound knowing. If you know how to die, you will know how to live. Living and leaving are 2 sides of the same thing. Your life will be totally different once you understand death. The Nithyananda Spurana program journeys you through your own life, simultaneously revealing the secrets of death. It makes your inner space pure and clean by unloading the baggage of emotions that you usually carry with you. It teaches you to live blissfully and then leave peacefully. It puts death in the right perspective so that your life becomes more joyful and meaningful. Neither doubt nor believe. Just have the courage to experiment. People who don't believe will never allow these words to enter into them. That is one group. Those who believe never have the courage to experiment, and that is also a big problem. People who believe and people who don't believe, both are not going to be helped. Both are going to be in trouble when we start believing. We don't experiment. I repeat, when we start believing, we don't experiment. Just give me a minute. Sorry about that. Sorry about the technical glitch. We'll continue. So that's one part of the understandings that you're going to receive about how the mind works. In the field of psychology, the word engram is used to denote stored memories. There are so many of these files stored in the engrams. Without any logical connection between each other, these memories or incidents are stored together here. For example, according to the data that you have collected, you know that smoking is injurious to your health. It is not good for your body or for your mind, isn't it? But once the mind takes the leap to the ego, the engrams just instruct you to smoke, and you simply decide to smoke. The conscious process says, no, it's not good for my health. But the unconscious process says, actually, it doesn't even say. It just makes the decision and you execute it. So basically, we are talking about how the mind works. Even though logically you know that smoking kills, smoking is injurious to your health, once it has become a part of your engram, the sight of the cigarette, you will not even use your logic, you will not even use your mind. The engram takes over and you will see yourself smoking. The unconscious process just makes a decision and you execute it. It is because of your engrams that you repent what you have done and regret your decisions most of the time. You wonder, why did I behave in that fashion? This is not me. How did I allow this to happen? How did I make that decision? This happens because the unconscious mind that is filled with all your samskaras, has emotional attachments to your memories, what we know as engrams. If you only remember the past in a detached way, you learn from it, and the resulting intelligence is used to make better decisions in the future. But if there are positive or negative emotional attachments associated with your memory, what happens? You're not able to see anything objectively. You look at the past through tinted glasses of the past, tinted by the memories of the emotions that you went through when so-called similar incidents happened in the past. You are not able to look at this incident as a fresh and new moment of your life. The Nithyananda Spurana is all about going deeply in and cleansing your deep-rooted samskaras or patterns that are controlling and playing havoc in your life. We will understand in depth about the various layers or energy bodies that we have and which emotion or samskara each of them is ruled by. This intellectual understanding, along with the actual cleansing of the samskaras, is the essence of Nithyananda Spurana program. All right. So I'll repeat the Nithyananda Spurana. You will actually be identifying, going deep in and cleaning all the deep-rooted patterns, the samskaras that are controlling and causing all the confusion and havoc in your life. We will understand the various energy bodies that we have, and in each body, which samskara is sitting and how it is ruling your life. The intellectual understanding, along with the actual cleansing of all the samskaras, is the essence of the Nithyananda Spurana program. The healing effect of this program, you are asked to write down about yourself, about all your pains, your desires, guilt, pleasures. You will not be showing these to anyone else. It is for you to know clearly what your deeply embedded samskaras are. Okay? So literally, you're going to write your own biography of your life. During this program, people ask me why I have to write them down all this, since they are neither expected to show them to me or to each other. Understand, by writing it all down, you are opening your mind in Bhagavan's presence, in Swamiji's presence. You are opening your mind, and hence Bhagavan can heal your mind. If you open your wombs, the sun can heal it. Similarly, if you can open your mind, the energy will heal all the wounds. And that is the reason why you've been asked to write. The Nithyananda Spurana is opening up your energy layers one by one. Your pains, pleasures, guilt, desires are opened up. Once these open up and get healed, you experience a glimpse of the God within you. At the end of the program, you don't even have to search for God. Your mind will be so clear and relaxed that you will realize that God is already within you and is not something separate from you. And that is such a healing effect for all of us. So let's start relating with the reality. There are 7 energy layers or bodies in us, starting from the physical body, which we all identify with. Then there is the pranic body, the mental body, the etheric body, the causal body, the cosmic body, and the nirvanic body, the 7 energy layers. You need to understand 3 things. The first thing is that it is because of these layers that you are not relating with reality as it is. The mystics always say the world is God, God is everything. Whatever you see is God, everything is God, but we don't experience everything as God. We always see everything as evil. We always think everyone is trying to exploit us. Everyone is trying to enter into our territory. Everyone is trying to disturb us. So, what the mystics say is one thing, and what we feel is a totally different thing. Why do we feel this way? It is because we are not able to relate with reality as it is. We'll understand what is stopping us from relating with reality as it is. One more thing. We will be working with so many techniques related to visualization. You will be asked to visualize many things. Generally, we have a very deep disrespect for visualization. We always think, oh, with my imagination, what can I achieve? Bhagwan is talking about the power of visualization. Understand, your whole life is nothing but your visualization. Your whole life is nothing but your imagination. So, it's like using one thorn to remove another thorn. If one thorn enters your foot, you take another thorn and remove it with the other thorn, is it not? In the same way, so much of imagination has entered without your knowledge, without your consciousness. To remove them, conscious imagination is going to be put into you and the process will be done. So, whenever meditation instructions are given, just put your total energy into making them happen. Don't bother about your opinion of them, right? Follow the instructions, meditation instructions, by putting in your total energy into the power of visualization. The inspiration for NSP, the Nithyananda Paramashivam program. The person who creates a formula to recreate his experience of the outer world is a scientist, right? For example, Newton created the law of gravity. He had a certain experience when he saw the apple falling from the tree. So he created a formula to reproduce the same understanding about gravity for others. A person who creates a formula for others to understand the experience of the outer world or the things of the outer world is a scientist. Similarly, a person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world is a master. Understand? A person who creates a formula to reproduce the things of the outer world is the scientist, and a person who creates formula to reproduce the inner world experiences is a master. This whole program is a formula created by Swamiji Bhagavan to reproduce certain experiences that happened in him a few years back. So, we will see what those experiences were and how this formula appeared. In quote, first we will see how this experience happened in me, and second, how this formula will reproduce the same thing in you. Unless we understand these two things clearly, we will not be able to work with the formula. Death in my presence before enlightenment. The whole motivation for the Nithyananda Spurana program came out of two incidents in my life. The first one happened before enlightenment. It was probably in the year 1999. I was in Varanasi, Kashi. There was an elderly sannyasi, a very old sannyasi, suffering from cancer. He was in the hospital in the intensive care unit. I had the responsibility to take care of him. He was a great sannyasi, but not an enlightened person. He was a great tapasvi, a spiritual seeker undertaking severe austerities. Every day, I used to bring him food, take care of his needs, and stay in the hospital. One day, the person in the third bed from him was slowly passing away. He was dying. I was just sitting on the bed and watching the whole thing. The doctors were standing around him. They were trying their best to help, but they were not able to do anything. Even though I was not enlightened at that time, I had my conscious experience of death by that time, one of the most wonderful spiritual experiences I had ever had. Because of that, I was able to see exactly what was happening to him. Slowly, he started suffering and struggling. First, he started suffering tremendous pain in the physical body. His face started showing that pain. Next, he became breathless. He started inhaling and exhaling erratically. I was able to see very pain, the agony. The pain was what it would be like if 1,000 scorpions were stinging him at the same time. His whole consciousness was being torn. Just imagine, if we cut our little finger with a blade, how much pain we would experience. Now imagine his 6-foot body was as if it was literally being cut into pieces along its length. Imagine the suffering. I was able to experience the pain, the agony, the feeling which he was undergoing. Of course, slowly, very slowly, he started moving away from the physical body. Even though it is a little difficult to receive this whole thing logically, even if it is a little difficult to understand this intellectually, this is what happened. Understanding this whole thing is like working with the formula like, say, x into 2 is equal to 4. To understand the formula, how to solve it, first we assume some value for x, isn't it? First we assume, okay, let x be 2. Then we replace 2 in place of x. Then we understand 2 by 2 is 4. Once the answer is right, we know x is 2. Until that calculation is done, we have to have a little patience. But when I say, let us assume x is equal to 2, immediately if we start raising the question, no, why not 3, why not 1, why not 4, we will not be able to proceed at all, isn't it? So even if we understand it as a hypothesis, it is enough. At the end of the calculation, we will be able to understand how this whole thing happens. It is the same as what I am sharing with you. It may be difficult to understand logically, but just relax and take it as a hypothesis for now. I was able to see and experience the tremendous pain and agony of that being. It was an excruciating pain and deep suffering. The being started moving from the physical body to the pranic layer, which is the second layer body. The pranic layer is our breathing energy. Swamiji is describing about the death that happened in his presence before his enlightenment. All these 7 bodies are the 7 energy layers of our being. When the being started moving towards the pranic layer, again there was a deep suffering. Our prana sharira, the breath body, is filled with all our desires. Our breathing and our desires are very closely related. If we change our breathing, our desires can be changed. Our desires and breathing are very closely related. So when the energy was moving into the pranic layer, all the desires of the being started coming up. The being started suffering with all the unfulfilled desires. Then, when the being started moving towards the next level body, all the guilt started rising. Oh, I should have lived like this way, that way, etc. In this fashion, slowly the being moved layer by layer and finally died. I saw the whole depth. I saw the whole death happening right in front of my eyes. I was able to see the whole process of death very clearly, but I was not able to help in any way. I was not enlightened at that time. I was not able to help. I just witnessed the suffering, but the pain created in me just by seeing the suffering itself was too much. I started feeling the pain similar to what we might experience if we witness a nasty accident on the road. What will happen? Will we be able to eat for the next 2 days? If we see a terrible accident on the road, will we be able to eat soon after that? No. It was the happening right in front of my eyes. I was able to see the whole process of death very clearly, but I was not able to help in any way. I was not enlightened at that time. I was not able to help. I just witnessed the suffering, but the pain created in me just by seeing the suffering itself was too much. I see that the translator has dropped out of the session. I'll just wait for her to rejoin. Yes, there she is. Yes, ma'am. You need to translate this. No worries. Please carry on. Yes. I started feeling the pain similar to what we might experience if we witness a nasty accident on the road. It was the same kind of feeling for me. In an accident, we see only one body, but I was able to see all the 7 layers, all the 7 bodies. Then imagine the pain I would have felt. The pain becomes so deeply engraved in me. It was recorded in my being so deeply. I was not able to eat or sleep for the next 3 to 4 days. Anyhow, after a few days, I left Varanasi and wandered further. I continued with the tapas, and after about a year became enlightened. Then, driven by the will of existence, I came down to South India. I stayed there for 1 or 2 years. It was around that time again, I had one more opportunity to see death happening in front of my eyes. So Bhagavan is going on to describe the incident of death in his presence after enlightenment. In quote, he says, again, I saw the second death in a hospital and in an intensive care unit. This second person did not suffer at all. He simply passed away, moving through one layer after another seamlessly. I was surprised. I asked his relatives if he was a highly spiritual person. They said that he was very far from it. He probably never even went to a temple in all his life, nor did he meditate or do anything remotely related to spirituality. I started analyzing Why did the first person suffer, and why did the second person not suffer? The death that I saw in Varanasi was so painful. There are no words to describe it fully, but the death that I saw the second time was so different. I saw that the person neither experienced pain nor did he have any suffering. He was moving beautifully from the first body to the second, to the third layer, to the fourth layer, and so on. Like how a ball rolls in the snow, just like that, his being was moving. I was surprised. As I was watching, his being slowly moved away and just disappeared. He became enlightened. He was liberated. When I was pondering over these two incidents, suddenly the truth jumped up. The second man left his body in the presence of an enlightened being. And that was the reason why he left the body painlessly. When the first person was dying, as I told you earlier, I was not enlightened. I had only had a conscious death experience myself. So, my presence did not in any way influence his death. Whereas, when the second man left his body, I was there in his presence, and the very enlightened energy caused him to leave the body easily. Can I request all the participants to please come in front of the camera? Please switch on the cameras. No sooner did this revelation happen than did the means to design a program for human beings to leave the body painlessly and consciously came up. And that is the formula based on which the Nithyananda Spurana program is done today. One of the greatest gifts that can be given to humanity by the avatar is Nithyananda Spurana program, giving you the right understanding about death, thereby enabling you to live life beautifully at the same time, at the time of death, as long as your being is connected to Bhagavan, his energy, he is going to be there to give you that kind of a painless death experience and liberate you. And it's one of the best gifts that you can give for yourselves, your family members, and anybody whom you love and care for. Yes, Swamiji goes on to talk about his own death experience. Let me narrate to you my own conscious death experience in Varanasi. Let me describe exactly what happened within me when I had my experience with this technique. I always used to think that I should have an experience of death, that I should face death directly. But somehow that thought never became a priority. Any thought has to become the topmost priority, and only then the corresponding experience can happen. It should not just be in one corner of your mind, right? Only when it becomes your priority, it will even manifest. So similarly, in Swamiji's case, he is talking about how the death experience was something that he always wanted, but it was not a priority. Usually, on our to-do list, we have washing, cleaning, paying the rent, phone bill, and finally, if time permits, enlightenment also. And if time permits, meditation also. No, enlightenment will not happen if it is this way. It has to be your topmost priority. Only when it becomes a top priority, only when the urge becomes urgent, everything around you will start aligning itself for the experience to happen in you. And this is the case not just with enlightenment, with anything it is true. Understand? If at all you're complaining that what you wish to happen is not happening, it is because it has not become the topmost on your priority list, nothing else. Nothing else, and no one else should be blamed for it. You will see that the moment it becomes the topmost priority, there will be an energy play that comes into being, and it will simply happen. Until then, it will wait for you. That's all. A small story. One man goes to the doctor and says, "Doctor, I tried to commit suicide by taking 1,000 aspirins." The doctor asks, "What happened?" "But what happened?" The man replies, "No, after taking 2, I felt better, so I stopped." So understand, only when the desire is in the absolute top position in the priority list, the experience can be achieved. The death experience was not my top priority, and so somehow it was getting postponed. Yes. In my wandering days, I had been to Varanasi, the holy city for the Hindus. It has the largest floating population in the world. Per day, nearly 300,000 people enter the city and leave. Further, per day, 300 dead bodies are burnt in a place called the Manikarnika Ghat on the banks of the sacred river Ganga. It is traditionally believed that if somebody dies or somebody's body is burnt in that area, they will be liberated. They will have a direct enlightenment. It is not just a traditional belief. Ramakrishna confirms it with his own experience. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, I saw very clearly Mahadeva, Shiva himself, going near every burning body, taking the soul, unclutching it from the body-mind and liberating it. So, you can't say that it is a mythological belief, it is a solid experience of an enlightened master. I had the fortune of going to Manikarnika Ghat. Traditionally, it is not only believed, but it is true that for the last 2000 years, the fire that is used to light the pyres has never been put off. You can see this is a picture of the Manikarnika Ghat. Whether it rains, shines, or floods, people never bring fire when they come with the dead body to Manikarnika Ghat because the fire is always there and it has been continuously burning for the past 2000 years, more than 2000 years. The fire will already be burning and they will just take it from there and light the dead body. That's all. The fire has never gone off. It just continuously burns the bodies as they arrive. Sometimes I would see that 2 or 3 bodies are burnt at the same time. So many bodies keep coming. Especially in the evenings, the bodies will be more in number. From near the place where the person dies, they will start walking, carrying the dead body, chanting mantras such as Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai. It means Rama's name is the ultimate and the eternal truth. By evening, they will reach Manikarnika Ghat. The scene there, the very experience of just being there, I can't describe to you verbally. Only you have to be there to experience it. To tell you honestly, the fear of death just disappeared from my system. You see so many bodies continuously being burnt, or every day you feel, I'm also going to go like this one day. All right, that's all. You feel there are so many people giving you company. It's like one more trip that you make, that's all. You don't feel lonely about death at all. In your life, if you see maybe 1 or 2 bodies being burnt, then you will still have the fear of death. But in that place, there will be no ritual done. They will bring the body and straight away dip it in the river Ganga 3 times while chanting Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai. By this time, the fire will be ready and the wood will be arranged. They will bring the body straight from the water and burn it. That's all. One strange thing you can see there, None of the relatives will stay there and do any further rituals. The moment they dip the body in the Ganga, they will place the body for burning there and go away. That's all. The people who maintain the things there will take care of the rest. You will not know how long it will take for the body that you brought to be burnt completely. There will be a queue and bodies will be burning continuously. I thought to myself, let me try to sit here and see what goes on. I sat. In just an hour's time, I felt that death is no more a strange incident which happens once in a while only for some relative or friend. I was watching bodies arriving one after another. It was like, okay, next, next, that's all. Different sizes, genders, ages, communities of people arrived to be consumed by the same burning flame. When you continuously see dead bodies being burnt, you actually lose respect for death. Now, you have too much of respect, too many ideas about death. That is the problem. It is actually nothing but this. The breath that goes inside the body doesn't come out. That's all. Nothing much can be done about it. Neither you can rewind it nor fast forward it. As I was watching this scene continuously, initially the little fear that I had for death also disappeared, and slowly it became interesting to watch. I went near the people who maintain the fire and started helping them. As I was helping them, I was thinking to myself, after all, this body of mine is also going to become like this one day. When you remember that death is going to happen to you, the respect that you carry for your ego will come down. Because whenever you think that something should not leave you, it is just the ego, nothing else. When you know for sure that everything is going to leave you, then the respect for the ego just drops drastically. The respect I had for my ego dropped at that moment. Then I decided, after all, I'm going to die. Either I should have a conscious death experience now itself, or live the rest of my life without the death fear, or really die. That's all. But I decided that I have to see death happening to me one way or the other. Either have the experience now and live the rest of my life without fear, or really die. That's all. Either way, I have to see it. Bhagavan decided. There was a small Shiva temple around the corner and a small tower above the temple. I went and sat in that tower so that nobody would disturb me. I sat in that tower, and from there I started seeing the dead bodies being burnt. I still remember the strong click that triggered the whole experience that was to follow an elderly lady's body being burnt. She had a big belly. The cloth was consumed by the fire, and the fat that was in the belly started melting and flowing. Sorry for describing this so vividly. I could see clearly that because of the fat flowing, the fire was burning with full momentum. That gave a very strong click to me, and I said, God, yes, the same thing is going to happen to this body also. Let it happen. That click opened up a deep fear of death inside me. The fear spread all over the body, but I faced it consciously. I could see very clearly the fear spreading all over the body, and when the fear met my awareness, when it hit my awareness, that became the death experience. I went through a conscious experience of my own death and came out of it. Whenever your fear is suppressed, it stays inside you as a suppressed fear. Whenever it comes out and you are not consciously facing it, it becomes a fear stroke and shakes your whole nervous system and breaks it down. If it is faced consciously, it becomes the death experience. That's all. If you just escape from the death fear, when the fear happens, it becomes death. When you face it consciously, it becomes death experience. Death fear, not expressed, plus unconsciousness is suppression. So, that was Swamiji elaborately describing his death experience at Varanasi. With that, I will now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Ma Dayamai Swami will be guiding you through the further session. Thank you all for joining. Please put your hands together. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Nithyanandamma.
Yes. So that's Nithyanandam, everyone. That's very interesting. Now let's continue further introducing the Nithyananda Spurana program, beautifully explained by our beloved Swamiji. So from the experience, Swamiji said, death fear expressed. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasugatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So from Swamiji's own death experience, we just learned how the death fear expressed plus unconsciousness is a nervous breakdown. Death fear expressed plus conscious awareness is the death experience. I have given a clear equation now. Understand again. Death fear plus unconsciousness is suppression or perversion. For the technical glitch, we'll be resuming the session shortly. So, death fear plus the conscious awareness. When you are having the death fear, if you are conscious about it, that gives you an experience, a conscious glimpse experience. I was able to, Swamiji is clearly saying, I was able to see very clearly the fear that arose. When I faced it consciously with awareness, it becomes my death experience. It became Swamiji's death experience. The body was dead. It was not moving. For 2.5 days, I had no food and no water, no thought, no question, no doubt. The body was there. Only after that experience has passed, I realized that I had been like that for 2.5 days. I could see with closed eyes that the body was dead and there was no movement. Suddenly, after 2.5 days, the click happened again. God, this body is dead, but I still exist. I am there. That clarity, body is dead. It is not moving, but I am there. I still exist. That clarity, when it clicked, becomes such an intense ecstasy in me. The fear of death left me once for all. I was in such a deep ecstasy, such joy, such a bliss. I slowly opened my eyes and I was able to move the body. The first thing I felt was such a surge of ecstasy and gratitude. When I went down to the Ganga, sprinkled a little Ganga water on myself, took the Ganga water in the Kamandalu. Kamandalu is a small water pot that Swamiji used to carry. Generally, wandering monks do. Took a little ash from the fire and went straight to the Kashi Vishwanath temple. I went up to the Shivalinga, offered the ash I had brought, did the puja. It was done with such an inexpressible gratitude. I saw that Vishwanath was alive there. For those of you who do not know who is Vishwanath, he is a form of Paramashiva. Paramashiva's another name reside in the Kashi. Understand, because I died, Vishwanatha became alive. Until the day before that, because I was still alive, Vishwanatha was always an ordinary stone. I had always felt to touch the stone. 3 lakh people coming every day from so far away. Used to think, what foolishness. You see, when you touch the deity yourself, you will tend to lose respect for it. In South India, you can't touch the deities in the temples. But in North India, you can touch yourself and do the offering. Anyhow, I always felt that the Vishwanatha deity was an ordinary stone. I felt that way because I was still alive. When I died, I saw clearly he is alive. Only one can be alive, either him or you. When you see the truth, he will become alive. You will not be able to alive anymore as you now. Whatever you think of you now, if that is alive, you can't see the divine. You can't see the Vishwanatha. You can't experience Vishwanatha. The fear of death left me once and for all. I can say that this is one of the very strong experiences that transformed me to search for the ultimate experience of enlightenment. So now let's understand life, death, and in between states. What exactly happens during the death? Passing through the 7 layers, there is a beautiful website on near-death experiences. An American doctor did this research. He started meeting people who had near-death experiences. Near-death means those who are clinically declared dead and who come back to life after 3 or 4 hours. There are many such cases in our Indian villages. There will always be 4 to 5 cases. The other day, a doctor was telling me there are so many cases of those who are medically declared dead and who came back to life after 4 to 5 hours. In some persons' lives, it happens 3 to 4 times even, and they come back to life. This doctor somehow got interested in this subject, and he started going all over the world and meeting these types of people. He met about 10,000 people from all over the world and collected all their memories and their experiences. After analyzing all their experiences, he reached a conclusion. He made a statement, a beautiful statement, that people on the planet Earth, only when they live, they are, feel their identity as I am a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Hindu, I'm a Jew, Buddhist, so on and so forth. But when they die, all of them die in the same way that is described by Hinduism. We may be Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, but when we die, we are a Vedanti. That means what? A person who seeks the truth. One of the great Upanishad, Kathopanishad, which describes the death beautifully. In this Kathopanishad, there is a clear description of death. This researcher says in all these 10,000 people's experiences, which he collected, everybody experience exactly matches with what Kathopanishad describes. Let us see how exactly death happens. First, we move away from the physical body. You may be thinking, I come to learn how to live, but he's teaching all about death. Understand, unless we understand the mysteries of death, we will not have a clear idea about life. Our concept about death totally changes our concept about life. Our philosophy about life changes when our philosophy about death changes. Swamiji says, in the East, nobody cares for time. Things will happen at their own pace, taking their own sweet time. Why? Because all the Eastern religions believe that humans have many births. They have eternity in their hands. If not today, tomorrow, that's all. If it is not coming today, tomorrow, otherwise, next birth. So relax. So all the Western religions talk only about one birth. They say that after death, we don't have any rebirth. That is why Western people are so time conscious. Whatever has to be enjoyed in these 70 to 80 years. Nothing else can be done. So we have to finish it. That is why their lifestyle, everything is organized around time consciousness. The idea of death changes the whole idea of life. So never think that learning about death is a waste of time. It is the basic lesson everyone has to learn. So first, a person moves from the physical layer, that is the body which we are having. Whatever we think we are, we just think we are physical. We are just the physical body. So now during this death, while the soul leaves these 7 layers that we just discussed, first a person moves from the physical layer, that the body which we are having, to the pranic layer, the next layer. The pranic layer is breath layer, which involves inhaling and exhaling. That is the energy or air movement, the prana movement inside our system. So prana refers to the life force that is brought in by the air into our system. When we breathe, it is the life-sustaining energy needed for us. Air is just a medium to bring prana in. Prana is what is needed to sustain life. When we move from the first layer to second layer, all our desires, our unfulfilled desires, all the ways in which we wanted to live but did not live, all those things that usually come up. When this happens, it is almost as if in a room, 10 people are standing, kicking a football around. What will happen? Just like how the football is kicked from corner to corner, our consciousness will be kicked from all corners. In each corner, some desire will be standing and kicking it. And the time our consciousness is trying to leave the body, all our desires will be forcing us to enter back into the body so that we can fulfill and enjoy them further. On one side, our desires will be forcing us to enter into the body again so that we can live and enjoy. While the other side, the body will say, no, I am tired. I can't host you anymore. Just leave. On one side, the body will say, I am tired. I can't host you. On the other side, the pranic layer that houses all our desires forces us to live inside the body. That's what causes the pulling and pushing at the time of death. Pulling and pushing is nothing but the fight between our desires and the body. Somehow, if we manage to move away from the pranic layer, we enter next into the mental body, the third layer. When we enter into our mental body, all our guilt rises. We'll be learning all these layers in detail, how desires are stored and what struggles we face in the pranic body. And first we learn about physical body. Each layer will be learning in detail during this program. And in the mental body, guilts, all our guilts. all our guilt that we had about the way we felt we should have lived in our lives, but never lived. All the mistakes that we committed, all of our regrets, etc., and we feel guilt. Please understand, desire is about the future and guilt is about the past. But actually, both are one and the same. The same thing when it is about the past, it is guilt. But when it is about the future, it is desire. The way in which we want to live is desire, and the way in which we wanted to live but did not live is guilt. Guilt is nothing but reviewing our past decisions with updated intelligence. Looking at the past with the updated intelligence, and we start feeling guilt. Our intelligence is continuously being updated. The problem is that with this updated intelligence, we try to review our past decisions. For example, as a 7-year-old, your mother comes and calls you to eat your food. She says, you have played enough with your toys. Put them away and come and eat. What do you say? No, I don't want to eat. I want to play. If your mother comes and tries to snatch the toys, what you'll do? You not only cry, you even curse her. But all these years later, now you know that the toys are not so important as your mother is to you, is it not? So now your intelligence is totally different. At that time, when you are young, toys were so important. And you even cursed your mother. Now you know your mother is much more important. With this updated intelligence, it is good to create guilt. Is it good? Oh, at that time, I cursed my mother. I feel so ashamed. No, at that time, we had only that much intelligence. All our decisions are made with the available intelligence at that given point in time in our lives. If we start reviewing our past decisions with the updated intelligence, we will always create guilt. All our guilt is nothing but trying to review the past decisions with updated intelligence. All the guilt that we collect over our lives rises as we pass through the mental body. Then, if we move a little away, a little deeper, we come to the etheric layer that is related to all our sufferings. All the suffering that we went through during our life is stored here. Like this, each and every layer, all the 7 layers, we got into its own samskara or stored memories. Actually, traveling through these layers is what we can think of as hell. When we enter into dream layer, we start dreaming. We have seen that this whole world in which you live is now becomes black and white because we are in the dream world. We forget this whole world and the dream world becomes multicolor. If we come out of the dream, this whole world is again seen in 4 dimensions, like 4D. Now, when we are in this physical layer, this whole world is seen as 4D. We experience this world as 4D in multicolor. When we are in the dream world, we experience that world as 4D. So when we are here, the dream world becomes black and white, and this world becomes 4D. And we are there, the dream becomes 4D, and this world becomes black and white. So in the same way, when we move away from physical layer to the pranic layer, at the time of death, this whole world will become black and white. All of your achievements, your pride, your efforts, your sorrow, your happiness, everything will appear in black and white. You will wonder, why did I do all this work? Why did I think of all this is the base as a base for my life? Let me explain why this happens. When we are alive, we invest in our personality. We've built up our personality based upon few pillars. So now we'll be learning more about this, about these pillars of foundation on which we build our personality and why we struggle. We only built these foundations, that the foundation, I mean to say, money, name and fame, relationships, pride. We are so caught up in these, the support circle, community, my circle, all this, whatever you name it. All that so bright when we are living becomes black and white when you are leaving. So now let's listen from Swamiji's own voice about these concepts. That Nithyananda Spurana.
it is going to be more like a traveling in the deep forest. See, the whole ASP was more like a plane. The NSP is more going to be like a traveling in the deep forest. Of course, your eyes will be tied. You will be blindfolded. What is the best way to travel in the forest if your eyes are blindfolded? Hold the hands of Master. Then you will see, you will be able to use totally. You will be able to have the maximum benefit. So just put your whole effort. Understand. Here we are on the journey. That's what they call the mystery work. It is going to be more like a mystery work. And every meditation, everyone is going to have a touch. You understand? In every meditation, I am going to come around everybody, come near everybody. Don't think it's not like a mass sermon. ASP. ASP, any 1,000 can attend. Any number of thousands can attend. But it's not going to be like a ASP. If you have the benefit, you have. If you don't. That's the ASP. But here, everyone I'm going to attend. Everyone I'm going to come near. On every meditation technique. Not on only one technique. On every meditation technique, I'm just going to be around you. You are going to relate with me. It's more or less like an operation. One thing, if you have only an intellectual relationship with me, please leave the hall. If you really have a heartfelt relationship with me, then only you can be here. In ASP, I ask the people to question. They can question me. They can crisscross me. But here, it is totally going to be not the relationship of logic or intellect. It is more going to be like a feeling of love. You are just going to travel in the path holding my hands. It needs love and the tremendous trust. It needs a tremendous trust and love. Not simple intellectual relationship. There are people, you see, I always tell in my discourses, don't have faith in me, just doubt as much as possible. Carry on your doubt, then the doubt will guide you. These are all only for the people who have done the first level. Only for the people of ASP. Now, you need to put your whole effort and you need to just travel with me. Totally. Layer by layer, step by step. Unless you travel, you see, unless I feel satisfied the whole group is entering into the meditation, naturally I will be stuck. And I will not be able to lead the whole group into the next meditation. If I really find one or two people who are not putting their effort, you should forgive me, you will be sent out. Of course, your money will be refunded. That is different, but you will be sent out. Because I don't want the group to suffer just because of one or two persons. Just because of one or two persons, the group cannot suffer. It is going to be more like a journey. I wanted everyone to taste the spirituality, glimpse of the God in a solid way. It's going to be more like a deal. Either have experience or refund. It's going to be more like American deal. Yes, money back guarantee. You see, I'll be spending my whole life and energy telling them, hey, close your eyes and meditate. And those idiots, after 10 hours of meditation, they'll be just sitting and watching the others. 10 hours of discourse, they'll be just sitting and watching the others. Now I don't want to deal anymore with fools. I wanted at least few group who are courageous to have the taste of reality. You see, to have the taste of spirituality, you need courage. say the word mature, don't bother about anything else. Whether the food has come in the right time or whether the room key has come. Angle, I can say it's totally a different dimension. From totally different dimension you are going to work. It's more like a, that's what I said now, money back guarantee. I wanted every one of you to taste the glimpse, to taste the bliss, which is beyond body, beyond mind, before tomorrow evening. It's not that only you wanted to have experience, even I wanted to unload, even I wanted to share. Whenever every master happens to this earth, it's like a weight on them. The energy is just like a weight on them. It just searches for the right persons who will share it, who will have it, who will enjoy that bliss. You do not know. When a man becomes enlightened, you all will be thinking, oh, he is free from all the bondages. He has become free man, free being. Don't think. The responsibility with enlightenment is not a small thing. The responsibility which comes to you with enlightenment is not a small thing. It is the greatest responsibility. Of course, you have a greatest freedom, that is different. But the greatest responsibility. So now, let you all be very clear. You are ready for the process, ready for the next steps. Drop all these small silly things. These 2 days, just enjoy a different atmosphere. Nobody has come here to exploit you. The same way, don't have a big self-defensive mechanism around you. There is no need to defend yourself. Nobody has come here to exploit others. Everybody has come here to taste the joy, taste the bliss. Drop your defensive mechanism and don't enter into others' territory. Understand this both. Drop your defensive mechanism, don't enter into others' territory. When you drop the idea of entering into others' territory, only then he can drop his defensive mechanism. So both are just interrelated. When you drop both, only then you will be able to really experience the taste or the joy of meditation. So it is going to be more like a commitment, a total commitment. The commitment in the group level. Individual commitment is perfectly alright. But when you go in a deeper and deeper level, it's going to be more like a commitment in the group level. So you will have a few minutes to introduce yourself and get to know about each other. I think many of you are from different places. So I have a few minutes to know about each other. One more thing I want to tell you. At the time of the leaving the body, nobody else, nothing else is going to be with you except the master. Except the master's presence. What happens at the time of leaving body, I'll tell you. Of course, these all don't have a logical proof. I can't give you certificate or videograph proof. I can give only my experience. Whether you believe or don't believe. It is your headache. Because I am fed up with quoting these foolish scientists. You see, everything to express the truths of the rishis, to express the ultimate experience of the rishis, I have to quote these foolish scientists and psychologists. You see, it is supposed to be otherwise. Vyasa, Vasishta, Vishwamitra will be authorities, and these fellows should take them as a quotation. But your mind has become such. When these people, the psychologists and the doctors, when they want to prove their ideology, they have to quote Vishwamitra or Vasishta or Vyasa. Because our mind is so westernized, so much filled with this logic. We have to quote these people to prove Vyasa and Shankara. So I am not going to give you any proofs for these 2 days. Whether you believe, it is up to you, or you don't. If you don't, that is also up to you. I tell you, from my own experience, when you leave the body, see, if you just scratch your body ½ inch, how much it's painful. Understand, when you leave the body, 6 inch they are going to open. 6 feet, not even 6 inch. The whole 6 feet you are going to be just torn. It is going to be more, it will be more like 1,000 scorpions biting at one time. Every moment, every inch will be painful. Every inch will be just excruciating. At those times, except the presence of the master, nothing else will stand with you. I have seen the people dying. Of course, I myself have died. That's why I am sitting here. I myself had the death experience. That's why I am sitting here. At those moments, whatever you lived, all your life, you see, the whole life will come in a short form, like a fast forward. At the time of leaving body, you will leave these 7 layers. Actually, from the physical body, you will go to the mental body, from mental to etheric. The 7 layers of body you will be leaving. It takes at least some, I can say, for a normal average being, it takes some 7 to 8 hours. It takes. The whole time will be excruciating pain. When you leave the one body to other body, the whole life you lived, you will see in fast forward. The whole thing will come in a slide form. Whatever you have done, the major incidents will come in a slide form. From that only you choose the next life. How you lived in this life, what ideology you lived. You see the whole thing in a what to say, in a
Slide.
Just main slides you will see. From that slide only, you will choose the next life. You will choose how to travel your journey next. How your journey is going to be afterwards. From that thing only you will be choosing the course of your life. One thing mainly you need to understand, at that moment, except the moments with master, all the other moments will become black and white. Now, the moments, the time which you spend with master looks like a black and white. And all other life looks like a 4 color. That is why many people told me, Swamiji, on Valentine's Day you kept. Just on exactly Valentine's Day you kept. Why not this weekend or that weekend? I told them, if the Valentine's Day looks more colorful, let them go there. If they feel living with me is more colorful, let them come here. I wanted purposely to have a conscious choice. If the Valentine's Day is more colorful, let them have that. If living with me is going to be more colorful, let them come to be around me. Let them choose. Let them have decision. You see, at those moments, now, when you live, the moments of life are 4 color. The moments with master looks like a black and white, dull. At that moment, it will be totally opposite. The matter will become black and white, energy will become 4 color. Energy will become 4 color, matter will become black and white. Because once you leave the physical body, all your whatever attachments, wealth you have, everything becomes useless. It's just useless. You can't sign your will anymore. You can't sign in your check anymore. You can't even know what is your bank balance. You can't even just have a glimpse of your car, which you had for so many years. So everything will be everything will become black and white. And the moments in which you spend with your master, with the energy, the conscious moments, the experience of bliss, those moments will become color. So when this happens, two things happen. One is you get the tremendous healing. Healing means the excruciating pain will disappear. You will feel, yes, you have lived some moments. You have some colorful moments. You have, if you never lived with the master or if you never had any spiritual experience, your whole life will be just black and white. The pain will be just excruciating. There will be nothing. When you look back, you will see, oh, there is nothing lived. So you will enter into a deep depression, and from the depression coma, you will take the next janma. That is what regularly happens. You enter into deep depression coma and take the next janma. That is what is the regular happening. That is why the truth, or if you find, of course, if you are a meditator, then you can understand. If a person dies, if you be around him, you can see an excruciating pain in his being, pain in his face. He enters into the coma, understanding that he has never achieved anything. And then he takes the next birth. When he takes the next birth, again he forgets what for he has taken the birth and goes round the same chakra and again taking birth. That becomes the vicious circle. If you really had some glimpse of with the master, experience with master, at that moment that will become color slide. Because once you go inner with the body, inner and inner layers, you never live with inner layers. You leave only the physical layer. So when you leave the physical layer and go inside, whole thing will be just black and white, just dark. Nothing will be there inside. But if you really had the glimpse of the master, or the energy, or the meditation, there will be light inside. You will see the whole thing in a color. So the master's energy, or the moments with the master, that will be a color, that will be a four color. At the time when you see him, when you see those moments, you will have the tremendous healing effect on your pain. You will not have that excruciating pain. Because you know that you have lived something. There is something worthy in your life. Next thing, the tremendous surrender to the master happens. And naturally, when you surrender to the master at those moments, your whole energy enters into the consciousness. Master is nothing but consciousness. Your whole energy enters into the consciousness. When you enter into the consciousness, again you will be given a choice whether to take birth as you want or to become enlightened. That is the importance of the master. See, the importance of the master is only at the moment of leaving the body. It is only at the moment of leaving body you will understand what the difference is. At those moments only you can exactly understand what great help is happening to you. What great help has happened to you. Because now you measure even the energy only with the material prosperity. Even the energy is measured only with the material prosperity, because this is the four color scene. This is two color scene, black and white. At that moment, it will become totally topsy-turvy. This will become black and white, not even black and white, dark. And that will become color. I hope all of you understand what I say. All of you understood?
Yes. Yes.
Any question?
Sorry, you are saying something. Clearing 6 feet. What is it? I didn't
You, from your whole body, the conscious will be taken away. See, it is like tearing the 6 inch. But when you leave the body, the whole consciousness will be just torn. It will be just taken away from your body.
Do you get scared? Why did that happen?
What scared? You will be having the excruciating pain. You will be entering into the coma. That is what again and again people say. When you are living, have a glimpse of meditation. Because at that time this torch only will help you. At that time, to have the path, only this torch is going to help you. That is the reason I tell you, once you have some conscious experience at the grace of the Master, at the blessing of the touch of the Master, at those moments you will see exactly His presence or His energy will be there to guide you layer by layer. Layer by layer. So not only that, you see, once you have the glimpse, already the path is ready. You already penetrated all the 7 bodies. You will not have the pain. To make the new road only, you have to suffer. If the already road is there, you need to suffer. There is no need to suffer. Having the spiritual experience means already the path, the bodies are penetrated. The layers are penetrated. The layers are already touched. The road is already made. It is like a tunnel. The tunnel is already ready. You can just travel. You will see the light or the consciousness just guiding you. People prepare so much to live, but nobody prepares to die. When you really prepare to die, only then you can really live. This is a preparation for life and for death. And moreover, the tremendous excruciating pain will disappear when you see a light at the moment of leaving the body. When you see the glimpse of energy, you see, even if you see one scene, 4 color, then you will understand, really I have done something. I have achieved something. That is the reason why so much the meditation or the spiritual experience is emphasized on our life. But can I tell all these things in the public? First thing, I need to give proof. Actually, I hate to quote all these fellows. But no other way. What to do? The logic mind accepts only when you quote some researchers, when you quote some so-called scientists, when you quote some the people of psychology. But these are much more greater truths, much more deeper truths, which needs experience. Just because these experiences cannot be proved, across the table, I was not able to speak the truth. But who misses? Only they. Anyhow, let you understand, at least you can understand. That is why in Tantra, there's a beautiful verse. Shiva says, the Nandi comes and asks to Shiva, "Oh God, I am your disciple, I am serving you so much. Can't you teach me Tantra?" Uma is also recommending, why don't you teach him? I never asked you, you taught me. But he is asking you, why don't you teach him? The Shiva says, because he is logical, he is asking. But Tantra cannot be taught to the people who are logical. It cannot be taught to the people who are logical. Yoga can be taught for the people who are logical. That's why yoga has become so popular. But never Tantra. Yoga has become so popular because yoga is logical. It can be taught to the people who are logical. But when you go a little higher, when you go inside the spiritual world, no logic helps you. No logic works you. The scale of logic is not going to help you. For the outer world, you need logic. For the inner world, you need trust. Only that can guide you. Otherwise, it is not going to help. So it is going to be more like an experience, more like seeing, more like being, than like thinking. It's not going to be more like a discourse. It is going to be more like an experiencing. Of course, because I wanted to give you an introduction, a clear-cut introduction, what we are going to do. So with this understanding, we'll be able to really have the solid experience. We'll be able to really have something. Otherwise, why unnecessarily going and wasting 2 days? Your 2 days and my 2 days. It's not necessary. So we are here as a committed seekers to search the truth and have at least one glimpse of divinity. Have at least one glimpse of spirituality. Of course, many of you have had already at least one glimpse in ASP. But I wanted you to have a solid experience which completely stays with you, which never gets faded away. which is never taken away when you live the life, which just like a fire or the energy, it should be continuously alive in you, reminding you or speaking to you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, welcome back. So now that was the first program. What you heard, the Swamiji's words, that was the first program that Swamiji conducted in the United States, Nithyananda Spurana, way back in 2004, February. So now let's continue the introduction to the Nithyananda Spurana. If somebody asks you, who are you? What will you say? You will say about your profession. I'm an engineer, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, I'm so and so. Or you may feel some proud of how much properties you have. You will say, I have this many properties I have. I'm rich, I'm poor. Or you will say, I'm so and so husband, I'm so and so wife, right? Somebody's daughter. So there's so many introductions that you give about you. Our personality is built on these few foundations. When we move from one physical body, and all these foundations will be completely shaken. The whole life, when you are in the body, you have so many foundations. You are a lawyer or you're a doctor. You built your whole personality based on that, and you are a wife, husband. You built your whole personality based on so many foundations. But all this will be shaken away when you are leaving the body. From physical body, when we move from this physical body, all these foundations will be completely shaken. We can't sign our name on our checks anymore. Our signature is not accepted anymore. Our bank balance is no more related to us. We can't handle our bank account. Our car will not be useful to us. At the most, only the ambulance will be useful. Our house will be filled with our relatives, all our relatives. They'll be weeping to see us dead. But neither our house nor our relatives will be useful to us. We can't even relate with our relatives. We can't talk to any one of them. If you try to, they will run away. So your wife will come up to the last point in the procession and weep. Your son will come through the end and do the last rites and rituals. But who will come after that? Nobody. Nobody can come. Only the conscious glimpse can come with you. In this way, whatever is the foundation for your being, the whole foundation will be shaken. When the foundation is shaken, naturally, you don't have anything to hold on to. Understand this one thing. If we suddenly hear of some loss in our business, we will feel that our whole body is suffering. This suffering will not be just in one portion. The whole body will be suffering. It will be almost like our being is crushed. If we can see in our life, if we just sit in our office and worry about something, we don't have to do any work. If we just sit and worry alone, we will have shoulder pain. If we just sit and worry for 10 minutes, what will happen? We will have shoulder pain. So understand that when something moves away from us, our whole body suffers. When we move away from our physical body, the same suffering starts happening in us. Whatever we thought was a foundation for our life is shaken. As of now, this whole world will appear in 4D. All this talk about spirituality, meditation, growing the inner being, consciousness, etc., sorry for the technical glitch. So all this talk about spirituality, meditation, growing the inner being, consciousness, etc., will appear as black and white. That's why when I call people for meditation, they'll tell me, I don't have time to meditate. Let me finish all my work and then come. And I have few more years to live. Never say, I don't have time to meditate. Be very clear to yourself and say, I don't feel that it is important in my life right now. If we are ready to say, I don't think meditation is so important in my life, then we are honest. But if we say, I don't have time, then we are just fooling ourselves. Everyone has got the same 24 hours. Right? So it's not that a few who are meditating are jobless. It is just a question of priority of what we want in this life. If spirituality and meditation appear as black and white to us now, we will not divert our energy in that area, that's all. But what happens is that when we move away from physical body at the time of death, Whatever we thought as 4D when we are living will totally disappear. Everything will be totally shaken and appear as black and white. At that time, they will not have any basis at all. In them, we will not be able to find any space where we can rest. That is the reason why death is always a suffering. But at that moment, if we can have a conscious glimpse or a glimpse of consciousness from our past, then we can consciously enter into death. So let me explain further. If we understand this concept completely, we will not develop attachment to whatever we think of as 4D. We may enjoy them, but our personality will not be built on them. We will become intelligent. And when we are living, we will create at least one part of the foundation or one pillar in the other dimension, that is spirituality. Let me explain further. You see, now we are in two dimensions, the material world and spirituality. Right now, what is happening is that however many pillars we built our personalities and life often, all those pillars are based on the material world, which appears to be 4D. Not a single pillar is based on consciousness or our inner space. Our whole personality is built only based on the outer space. Our name, our fame, what society speaks about us, etc. Our complete personality is structured only on what society speaks about us. If everyone's opinions of us is that we are great, what do we think? We think we are great. If everybody says you are useless, what happens? We start getting depressed. This happens because not even a single pillar of our building is based on spirituality. Our inner core, our very being, nothing is based on this. The entire thing is based on the outer space. That is the reason that when those pillars are shaken by anybody, we start suffering terribly. If we have even one pillar from consciousness, we can depend on that to stand straight without suffering. One more thing, these outer world pillars are not in our control. They are not in our control at all. Anyone passing by can easily shake them. Even if a small child comes up to us and says that we are a fool, we will get a little shaken, isn't it? The child might have even said to it only to try a few new words that he is learning. But you get shaken. So understand that these outer world pillars are that much weak. Bhagavad Gita says that what comes and stands in our mind is at the time of leaving the body will alone decide about our next birth or enlightenment. If we live, if we have at least one pillar on consciousness, Naturally, we will not have suffering when we leave the body. All the other pillars will become black and white. But even if the other pillars become black and white, this one pillar will be there in multicolor. This one pillar will be there to take us through that process. As of now, we have no pillar to take us through. That is the problem. As of now, our whole personality is based on the outer space. All our pillars are made up of what we think is 4D now. And there is no inner space for us either. That is why, like a fool, people can kick us from corner to corner in the outer space. Anybody can just throw one word towards us, can make us depressed. If somebody says we are mad, we shout at them and prove that we are mad. A single word is enough to make us mad. Nothing much is necessary. We're almost like a street dogs if we just throw one stone at it. It becomes mad. If anybody throws one word at us, it is enough to make us mad or depressed. This happens only because we don't have strength in the inner space. Please understand that if we build at least one pillar based on our inner space, this pillar will shine in 4D and the time of death and helps us leave the body beautifully. Swami Vivekananda beautifully says, even if we have one single thoughtless awareness experience in our life, that is a single conscious experience in our life, that is enough. At that time of leaving the body, it will come up and we will leave our body peacefully. We will have just awareness without thoughts. The idea I exists in all of us when we are awake. In deep sleep, it is there. No. In deep sleep, it is not there. In the same way, almost every one of us has some thoughts when we are awake. In deep sleep, do we have thoughts? No. There are two states of mind and two states of being. These two crisscross each other and create four states of being in which we exist and live our life. The first state is to be with I, with the thoughts. This is what we experience as our waking state. In Sanskrit, we call it the Jagratavastha, the waking state. In the next state, there will be thoughts, but there will not be sense of I that we experience in the waking state. That is what we call the dream state. We may ask, how is it that in the dream state we don't have the sense of I? Let me explain. Now, in the waking state, if you choose, you can control your thoughts. Am I right? You can suppress them, alter them, and recreate them in a different way. And you can do whatever you want with them. Because the frequency of I is higher than the frequency of thoughts. I is more powerful here. But in the dream state, the frequency of thoughts is more than the frequency of I consciousness. That is why you are not able to control your dreams as you wish to. Are you able to control your dreams and dream the way you want to? No. Wherever the dreams take you, you have to go. That's all. In the dream state, the frequency of thoughts is greater. That is why they just flow. You can't do anything about it. If all we have the opportunity to dream what we want to, we know what types of dreams we will be having. So understand, the dream state is when you don't have I, but you do have thoughts. In the third state, neither have you have the I nor have you have the thoughts. This is the deep sleep state or sound sleep state. There is a fourth state that we never experience. In that state, one will have the I consciousness, but not have any thoughts. This is what we call turiya or meditation or samadhi or atma jnana, nirvana, the self-realization experience. Whatever we want to call it. This is what we call samadhi. This is the state where you have the I consciousness, but no thoughts. This is what I mean when I say thoughtless awareness or consciousness. Even one glimpse of this state is enough. Even one experience of this state is enough that when you leave your body, you will have your rest there. As of now, this turiya state or samadhi state or consciousness, all these things will look like black and white to us. We will not give that much importance to all these things. We will think this is for philosophers or for people who are ready to die of old age. It will be very difficult to surrender to even the idea of this turiya state. It will be very difficult to work for this consciousness because it appears only as black and white to us, of little or no value to us. You must be thinking, who knows what the truth is? He must be telling something to do his business. I always tell people that it is not so easy to understand all these things. It is not so easy to surrender to these ideas as of now. You must be thinking, who knows what the truth is? The moment you hear the words consciousness or surrender or samadhi, meditation, immediately what do you think? All this is very difficult for me. And not only that, we will always have fear. You may now tell me to surrender, but tomorrow you may take away my property, or you may take away my husband, or you may take my wife away from me. You may take away my kids also, or I myself may get inspired and go behind you. So there are so many troubles. So my problematic possibilities that you see when you hear all these. It's very difficult to trust somebody. It is very difficult to enter into this fourth state or even come close to it. But it seems difficult only because all these things appear in two color now, black and white. But when you leave the body, they will appear as four color, and whatever you thought of as four color now will become completely two color, black and white. Now, let us see how the second death happened so peacefully. Again, the statement which I am going to make now is a little difficult to understand, but I have no other way. The truth has to be explained as it is. The truth has to be expressed. Only then you will be able to enter into the formula. This is the way the formula happened to the person who died peacefully in the second death that I saw in the ICU. When the second death was happening, the moment the person left the first layer, because an enlightened being was there because of my presence. Somehow he was able to catch a glimpse of that consciousness. He was able to catch my presence. During the first death that I witnessed, I was not enlightened. I was only doing my tapas. I was wandering all over the India and doing tapas. But during the second death, I was enlightened. Somehow, because of that, he was able to catch a glimpse of consciousness. The moment he left the first layer, he was able to feel me or experience me. The moment he started experiencing me, his whole consciousness simply become centered on me. Usually, what are the things that stop you from surrendering to the master? The list is same for everyone. Your bank balance, your house, your car, your relationships, your wife, your own insecurity about your life, etc. You may think, if I surrender to him, what will happen to my life? I may start becoming a servant. There are so many other things that I still have to do. All these thoughts are stopping you from surrendering or entering into consciousness. Surrendering and entering into the consciousness both are one and the same. But for that person who was at the stage where death has started happening, all these things become valueless. They had no significance for him anymore. As I told you earlier, when you leave the first level, the body itself, all these things will become valueless to you. So whatever strings were pulling him down were already cut or disconnected. None of these usual attachments or fear were binding him. As long as you think that the outer world is worthy, that it has got a value, and you fear that somebody may take it away, you are caught. You fear that somebody may snatch it from you and you can surrender to the experience of consciousness. As long as you think that whatever you collected in your life is valuable, you will have tremendous fear of losing it. That's why I tell people, as long as you think these things are valuable, you will never be able to experience fearlessness. There will be a continuous fear. The more you have the attachment to these things, the greater the fear. Continuously, your being will be shaken. Every moment you will be waiting for fear as to what might happen next and what you may lose. But for that dying man, at that moment, whatever can be taken away from him has already been taken away. Now there is nothing for him to lose. Trusting the master is very easy at that moment. Somehow, fortunately for him, he had my presence there. He could simply see the whole thing. The moment the physical layer things were taken away from him, he understand that all the other things are valueless and of no significance. And that very moment, his whole consciousness, without any doubt, without any difficulty, caught onto me. It became centered on me. So naturally, when he was centered on an enlightened being or conscious being, he simply dissolved into enlightenment without any suffering. Whatever is stopping you now will not stop you at that time. Understand, at the time, you don't have to practice renunciation consciously. Everything will simply be taken away from you by force. That is the nature of death. Only as long as you have a choice, you have to practice commitment, renunciation, charity, righteousness, and whatnot. At the time of death, you don't have to practice anything. Everything will simply be taken away from you without your permission or control. Then what is there to practice? Renounce what? You won't have anything even to renounce. In these moments, there is nothing that can stop you from entering into the enlightenment experience. There is nothing that can stop you from entering into the consciousness experience. But there is only one thing you need when you leave the body. You need a conscious being around you. Without that, it is not possible. Now, what am I supposed to do? I can't go and stand in all the ICUs in the world and ask people when they will plan to die. How can I help so many people at the time of death without physically being there with them? So I thought about it seriously, and the formula to achieve this revealed itself. From my own experience, I tell you that leaving the body peacefully is the greatest gift anybody can have. If you have that gift, you have achieved whatever needs to be achieved. You have lived your life, nothing else needs to be achieved. If you have not achieved that, nothing else is worth achieving. After seeing the second death, I started seriously contemplating on how this could be reproduced. How can I help people have their body, leave their body consciously? As I'm telling you, I cannot go and stand in all the ICUs. That's impossible. Suddenly, like a conscious ball, something landed in me. A formula happened in my consciousness. The formula revealed itself to me. The formula is that I call the Nithyananda Spurana program. The first thing you must know is that energy is not bound by space or time. All we need is a tuning system. That's all. See, if you have a cable box in your house, you can just tune your television to any channel. If you tune to BBC, you will see BBC, and if you tune to CNN, you will see CNN. Whatever channel you tune to, you can see the program at that channel. The same way, at the time of leaving the body, if you can tune yourself to consciousness, if you can tune yourself to thought plus awareness, conscious experience, you will simply see that your life itself was a conscious experience. You will be able to beautifully and peacefully cross this ocean of samsara, the worldly life of engraved memories that you lived in all along. An ocean of all these 7 layers. In this program, we are going to work with this formula. Please understand, if you work seriously with the theory of gravity, you can always understand fully what Newton experienced. In the same way, work with this formula, you can simply experience what that person experienced. What has happened in my consciousness can happen in your consciousness also. All you need is to work with this formula intensely. Just go with the formula as intensely as possible. Nothing else needs to be done. Another important question arises here is, forget about dying. What about living? If you are wearing the 7 coats properly, you can remove them whenever you wish to and hang them on the wall. But as of now, you are not wearing these 7 coats properly. The first coat button is locked in the 7th. The third code button is locked with the first code button. The second code button is locked with the fourth code, and so on. You see, if you can remove a code whenever you want, it can be called a code. If you have had a single conscious experience, you will not be continuously tortured, pulled, and pushed by your samskaras or engraved memories. If you look back at your whole life, you will be able to understand what I'm saying. If you look back at your whole life with a single intelligence, you will be able to understand that you never really lived. Only your engrams or engraved memories lived through you. For example, suppose you have created samskara that is in the morning. At 7 o'clock, you need to drink coffee. At exactly 7 o'clock, you don't have to even see the watch. From inside you, the alarm will sound coffee, coffee. Like this, you have many samskaras. For example, every morning at 9 o'clock, your mind will automatically start worrying about your office. In the evening at 5 o'clock, you will start worrying about your house. In the night at 8 o'clock, you will start worrying about your kids' education. If this business becomes a routine, even on Sunday, it will start worrying about your office at 9 o'clock. Even if you don't have to go to office, you will start worrying about it. Suddenly, you will remind yourself, no, today is Sunday, so don't bother about it. So we don't have to go to office. Even then, you will continue to have that same low mood during that time. Even your worry, your mind is nothing but a recorded samskaras. Never think you are really living. Your samskaras are living through you. That's all. These samskaras are recorded in all the 7 layers. Only when you cleanse your samskaras, your mental habits, do you start really living. When you can't sit with yourself, you miss a major dimension of your life. When I say you can't sit with yourself, I mean when you can't sit enjoying your own reality, your own self, and why can't you enjoy your own self? It's because your samskaras are entering you. Your samskaras are living through you. You are not living. That's the reason why you can't sit with yourself. You're driven to continuously do something. So during this program, all we are going to do is only one thing. Work intensely and cleanse the samskaras and have the conscious experience, at least one glimpse of thoughtless awareness. Just one glimpse of thoughtless awareness is enough. I request all of you to please put your complete effort into this. Remember that as of now, whatever you think of 4D, your precious life, will lose its value at the time of death. Internalize this truth completely. Your whole being is the very root will be shaken the moment you move from the physical layer at the time of death. It is almost like you are building your own resort there, the inner world. The way in which you enjoy your whole life will decide how your last will be. One more important thing, please understand, this might be shocking to you, but it is the truth. Only after you seeing the first death was I able to realize this treatment. Even your papa, that means the sin or punya, doesn't come with you or count for anything. At the time of your death, please understand, even your sin or merit doesn't come with you. Don't think that your sin or merit comes with you. Don't think that if you do some charity here, if you give some money to someone, some temple here, get a receipt, you will be given a VIP pass there. No. There is no exchange offer between this world and the other world. Then the next question comes. If it is that true, then how can I commit only sin? Understand this truth. If somebody commits 100 murders, the attitude of committing murder goes with him upon his death. The exact number of murders does not go with him, but the attitude goes with him. And one more thing, never think that because you commit sins, you will therefore go to hell. You commit sins because you're already in hell. A person who is happy will never be violent. If you are happy, you will torture others. You will not torture. If you're happy, you'll be violent. When you are established in goodness, even if your staff or employee makes a mistake, what will you say? All right, leave it. So understand this important point. Hell is not where you will go to it. It is where you are. If you understand this, you will take back your question about committing sins. When you are established in goodness, even if your staff or employee makes a mistake, what do you say? All right, leave it. So understand this important point. Hell is not where you will go, it is where you are. If you understand this, you will take back your question about committing sins. In the same way, never think that you will do good things and therefore reach heaven. You do good things because you are in heaven. The mental setup that you have when doing an activity is what makes up your experience of hell or heaven. The mental setup that you have when you're doing an activity is that makes up your experience of hell or heaven. While doing something wrong, whatever mental setup you have that created your attitude and choice, that suffering itself is the only hell. While doing a noble thing, whatever mental setup you have that initiated such an action, that setup and feeling is heaven. So don't think that your sins or merits come with you. Only one thing comes with you. All of humanity can be categorized into two categories. People who have had the conscious experience, and when they are living, if they had conscious experience, and people who have not had any conscious experience. That's all. All other concepts of hell and heaven are just beautiful stories. Please be very clear. There is no hell or heaven as you understand it to be. There are many people who are thinking, if I give this much money to that particular temple, that powerful deity will be standing there at the gates of heaven to take care of me. Or if I give this property to this church, God will be waiting with a special pass into heaven to let me in. So nothing like that will happen. People generally think, if I give this much of money to Venkateshwara Swami, he will send a special flight from Vaikunta, his abode, for me. No, this will never happen. There is a beautiful story in the Upanishad about a Rishi by name Jadabhadra. One Rishi called this Jadabhadra somehow become attached to a deer. From morning till night, he used to spend his life taking care of the deer. When he was dying, he was not able to forget the animal. He started worrying about that animal. Oh, who will take care of this? What will happen to it after my death? He started worrying about all these things because he was so attached to that deer. When he died, in the next birth, he was born as a deer. Beautifully, the verse says that whatever you think in your last moment, you become that. Some people think very cleverly, let me live my whole life the way I want to live, and the last few are Govinda say, Shiva or whatever God's name, enter into heaven somehow. Or you may think, I don't have interest in spiritual things, I will deal with it on my deathbed. It is not so. Only that which you thought of in your whole life, whatever you were thinking, only that will come up when you leave the body. Don't think that at that moment you can play the game. No, Actually, when you leave the body, the whole system will be in such an agony. Because 80-90 years of your life will run through in a fast forward mode. All that will be seen are their scenes being fast forwarded. Whatever experience you had intensely, or whatever you enjoyed intensely, only that will come up in multicolor. All the other things will run past in black and white. If you have lived throughout your life only eating, then naturally only that will come up in those last moments. When it comes up, what will you decide? After all, I'm going to only to eat in my next birth. So let me take birth as a pig. You will think, why take birth as a human body? Suppose that you spent your whole life sleeping. You will decide why unnecessarily choose a human body and go to office. Let me take birth as a buffalo. I'm not joking. It is only based on the way in which you enjoy your whole life that you decide in the last moment about your next birth. In the last moment, the whole thing will come up as a fast forwarded mode. What you enjoy deeply, what was an intense experience in your life, will appear like a pop-up. That will come up and appear in multicolor. All the other things will be in black and white as the background. If you had a single conscious experience, a single instant of thoughtless awareness in your life, naturally, when you leave your body, only that will come up in multicolor, because that is the straight experience anybody can have. Please understand that thoughtless awareness is the strongest experience you can have in your life. All the other three states are only shallow. Even for a single moment, if you had that experience, that's enough. Naturally, when you leave the body, that will come up. That will come up and you will simply move into light. That will act as a light and you will be able to move into the consciousness. One more thing which is important to understand about the time of death. If you had met with an accident and died prematurely or committed suicide, if you did not have the conscious experience before your death, you have to wait for the remaining years you might have lived before you can enter into next birth. For example, when you took this body, if you decided to live in this body for 90 years, and then committed suicide at the age 60, then for next 30 years, you have to struggle, waiting for the next body. If it is a natural death, then there is no problem. Of course, disease is a natural death, but death due to murder or suicide will have to wait with a lot of suffering to get into the next body. Never contemplate suicide. Why do we normally contemplate suicide? Because we think of life as torture. A torture of a lifetime. But if you commit suicide, only then you will understand that what you are going to go through will be a much worse torture. Never ever contemplate suicide. If I have to describe the torture in a way, it will be like this. You will have sweets in front of you, but you will not have a tongue to taste or hand to take it, but put it into your mouth. How much of suffering it will be? In the same way, the whole world will be in front of you, but you will not have the body to enjoy it when you float around waiting for your next body. That's why I say never contemplate suicide. Is that if a mother dies at a very young age, the child is nourished by her presence, by her nearness. 14, you should hug your children, put them to sleep in your lap, keep them comes to that. If you put them in boarding school, if the old age home at the time, you need nearness. So please give them in Vedic mathematics or Vedic time calculations, the gap between one and their thought flow. It is subjective to the person and not an object life. Your kshana can be even 2 months. If you have lived a restless life, a relaxed and especially conscious life, if your life to even 1 year. Time and the psychological time. If you are sitting, you will not notice time pass, even if you sit by. Still sitting with somebody who doesn't interest you, whom you don't really care for, every 5 minutes, what will you do? You will check your watch, you will want moving, you will feel so bored. If the number of thoughts is more than the number of kshanas passed will be more, and you will feel that too much time has passed, whereas only a few minutes might have passed. This is what happens when you are with someone who doesn't interest you. Your mind becomes restless because of that. If the number of thoughts is fewer, the number of kshanas passed will be fewer, and you will feel only a little time had passed, whereas a lot of time would have passed by. This is what happens when you are with someone whom you love. That's why we always say that if number of thoughts is less, you are in heaven.
it is time for us to work on our desires. Change the gear.
Is it possible to ask you one more question?
Yes.
I'm concerned about if I leave one guru for another, you, all I'm doing is what am I doing?
Two things. First thing, if you judge Sai Baba and leave him, you will judge me also tomorrow and leave me.
I knew you'd say that.
First thing.
I felt that was-
Next thing, you have no right to judge him. That is second thing. Third thing, there is no need to leave him if you have to come to me.
But if I feel drawn to being with you and feel drawn.
Perfectly all right. You will see that you are with Baba. See, the same energy expresses to everybody. Everybody. If you are, the moment you feel drawn to me, be very clear. He is guiding you. He is simply guiding you. You will never miss him. But if you judge him and drop him and come to me, you will miss me also. You see?
So in the ASP, I felt great gratitude, and I had that kind of experience of what you're talking about, and I felt more at peace this past week about the whole issue.
One thing, many people come to me, like this, the people who are having little complication. I tell them, be very clear. If your heart is attracted, naturally you can be sure that he himself is guiding. You will never miss him. But if you are coming to me by hating him, be very clear, you are going to miss me. You are going to miss me. Never come to me hating somebody. And one more thing, that is why I make it very clear in my Healer's Initiation book. Go wherever you want. Pluck best flowers from all the garden. Make a beautiful bouquet for you. See, in those times only it is seller's market. Now it is buyer's market. Don't bother. In those days only it is seller's market. Now it is buyer's market. Pluck flowers from all the garden and have a beautiful life. That's all. I am very clear. In my books I have clearly printed. In my books I say very clearly, pluck flowers from all the garden and make a beautiful bouquet and enrich your life. That's all. If you feel totally drawn to me, be very clear. He is guiding you. He is guiding you. Over. If you feel that you are not drawn to me, don't bother. Pluck a few flowers, whatever flowers you can pluck from me. Pluck and make a beautiful bouquet. Over. Don't bother.
I've longed all my life to sing and dance my way to God. You feel like.
That's all. Then you don't have to have any guilt or any problem. Don't have, you see, conflict is the only devil. Conflict is the only devil. With full surrender, whether it is Baba or me or somebody else, you will become enlightened. You will reach.
But isn't it really our own inner something? Because God is everywhere.
That is inner. Actually, we are all just guides to put you in tune with the inner guide. Nothing else. That is what will happen. Ultimately. That is the thing, ultimate thing, we are all working. So you don't have to bother. You don't have to have any guilt or conflict.
I also have a previous master. And
You also have?
previous master.
Yes.
And my concern about taking this NSP program is when I'm dying, there may be two people suddenly appearing.
Don't bother. Surely 2-3 will not appear. He has got a big problem. Now suddenly 2 people appear, what will happen? See, even if you do appear, we will have a wonderful, clear understanding. You don't bother who should take care of you. We will take care of that, don't bother. Maybe I will hold the hand and he will hold the head. And we both of you will lift you. See, there is no two person. See, understand this diagram. This is me. This is, you can say Osho. Or this is Baba. Or this is JK. And this is you. Understand? Only only in the physical plane there is a difference, distance between you and me and all these things. In the physical plane, the gap between you and me is too much. The gap between me and Osho is too much. The gap between Baba and me is too much. The moment you come down to pranic level, the gap between you and me is, the moment you come down to subtle level, the gap between you and me is, the moment you come here, you and me is one and the same. There is no two persons. So don't bother. Me and Osho will not appear and disturb you. Only one person will appear and will take care of you. Don't worry. There will be no confusion. Only one energy will appear. And as long as you concern, you stand here and see, so you see so many persons. But I am standing here. That is why I don't see even difference between you and me. You understand? Because you stand here, you are seeing? And because I am standing here, I don't say there is difference between you and me. So don't bother. Clear? Okay, it is time to change the clutch. Hold the clutch and change the gear. 2-step. Holding the clutch is the first step. Changing the gear, and it means running into the pranic body, is the second step. Let me explain both the steps. Now I am going to explain the first step. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. You are going to stand. Let me finish the instruction, then you will do. First step I am describing. For how much of time, don't bother, because I have to take my own time. Once all of you are ready, then you will push. It's like a whole group will be pushed inside. Literally pushed inside. So once you are all, it will not be more than half an hour. That much you can be sure. First technique, first part, you will inhale as slowly as possible, hold as long as possible. When you feel I am not able to hold anymore, no, I am going to bust. 1 second more. 1 second more. And when you feel that's all, then exhale very slowly, not quickly. Exhale as slowly as possible. After exhaling, keep your lungs empty as long as possible. Don't breathe in, don't inhale as long as possible. When you feel I can't, no, that's all. 1 second more. 1 second more. Just as long as possible. Again, when you want to breathe, inhale slowly as possible. You understand the cycle? As slowly as possible, inhale. Hold as long as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible. Keep your lungs empty as long as possible. Don't concentrate on anything else except this breathing cycle. Clear? This is the first step. As till I give the instruction, do the same cycle continuously. First step. Second step, the moment I give the instruction, sit wherever you are. Sit and start creating, bringing up all your desires. If you have a desire to live with a big car, feel just you are living really with that car. Bring all your fantasies to life. Please be very clear. Live really as you want. Actually, all your dreams are made of the same stuff in which the world is made. The whole world is made of the same stuff in which the dreams are made. Please be very clear. The world is made of the same stuff in which your dreams are made. Your dreams are made in the same stuff in which world is made. You will have now two things. The capacity to make your dreams into reality. The intelligence to understand the reality is your dream. Two things. The Shakti to create your dreams into reality. The Buddhi to understand the reality is your dream. See, very subtle. Understand? when you flood your energy into pranic body, you will be very clear. You will be able to see above, see from little distance. Whatever you see as a reality is made of the same stuff what you call as dreams. Whatever is your dreams is also made out of the same stuff what you call as reality. Second step, just do this technique. The understanding will automatically rise in you. Second step, first step is the breathing cycle, holding the clutch. Second step, just leave your desires. Allow the body to move along with your desires. If you feel like you are having if you want to have a big house as your desire, just leave that house. Live in the heaven. Pamper yourself just for a few minutes. Why do you always hold your logic? You always think you can enjoy only if you have a house. Can't you enjoy a few minutes without it? Why do you see? You think you can enjoy this house, this place only if the whole land is written in your name, registered in your name. Why do you always hold the logic and law? Now drop few minutes the logic and law and live as you want. I have seen the guys when we went to Himalayas. We went as a group. One guy, he started planning. We are all sitting and enjoying the whole Himalayas. And he was engrossed in thinking. I called him and asked him, "Oi, what are you thinking?" He said, "Swamiji, I wanted to have a house here. I'm planning to purchase a house here." I said, "That's all gone." Fool, now itself you are not able to enjoy. If you have a house, you will start thinking about maintaining it. And you will start bothering about locking it. You will start bothering about geyser is not working, this is not happening, water is not going, current is not coming. You will start bothering about all those nonsense. You have come all the way from your house to here to forget about all that nonsense only. And you want to have one more house here. And you try to keep somebody to maintain the house. Then you will think nobody is maintaining her. So many unnecessary troubles. So naturally, you will end up only into more troubles. Don't use your logic. Only if it is your property you can enjoy. Now pamper yourself for a few minutes. Relax into your fantasies. Don't have logic. Don't say or don't think it is not true. I'm just fantasizing. No. Let your mind fantasize. The maximum fantasies. I heard that I was in the other NSP, one guy was telling, I wanted to become like a guru like you. I said, all right, fantasize and sit in the chair, only then you will understand how many thoughts are there. Understand, whatever you want, just live. Live. Then you will see so many desires just withering out and dropping. They just drop like a dead leaves. Dead leaves. The other desires will have the potential energy and they will start working out in your life. So enter into the Svarga for a few minutes. You will simply be able to enter because by the time your logic will be subdued, you will be simply able to experience the pranic sarira. Second layer. This is a two-step. First step, the energy cycle, the breathing cycle. Next step, allow all the desires to happen. If you want, allow your body to move as it wants. Allow your mind to move as it wants. Allow your sounds to move as it wants. Let everything happen. Allow it. Sitting down. First step you will be standing. Second step you will be sitting down. One more thing. In the first step itself, few people, they can't stand. Automatically they will fall down. If you fall down, don't bother. That is why the beds are arranged. So only arrange in such a way, make so much place. Even if you fall down, you don't disturb the next person. Next person. Only make little clear space for you to fall down. But don't fall by yourself. Don't fall by sleeping. I'll be here. You should, if you are not able to bear, if you are not able to really stand, you should fall automatically. As long as you have awareness and logic, don't fall. Try to stand. If it is too much beyond your control, if you fall by yourself automatically, then let go.
And continue the breathing?
No, then once you sit, again start the breathing. Again start the same cycle. In whole complete first cycle, till I give the instruction, continue the breathing. The second step, you don't have to continue the breathing. That can be normal. As much as possible. Then you will be able to hold the clutch and enter.
Second stage only sitting.
Yes.
Sitting.
Yes. I'll guide you. You can even stand in the second stage. If you can, it is better to stand in the second stage. Please stand up. Tie the ribbon.
Yes, so before we move on to the learning these layers, we'll have some more cognitions that Swamiji has explained. Your mind becomes restless because of the thoughts, number of thoughts. If the number of thoughts are less, fewer, the number of kshanas passed will be fewer. And you will feel only a little time had passed. Whereas a lot of time would have passed by. This is what happens when you are with someone whom you love. That's why we always say that if the number of thoughts is less, you are in heaven. For some devatas, our earthly one year is 1 day for them. Have you heard this before? Our entire year is 1 day for them. How is this so? It's because their number of thoughts is so few. So they don't even know how the chronological time moves past so quickly. That's why in the Chidambaram temple in South India, which is considered to be the temple belonging to the heavenly beings, the presiding deity Nataraja will have only 6 abhishekams, the ceremonial baths in a year. He is worshipped by the devatas. In regular temples, usually we do 6 pujas per day. But in this particular temple, only 6 pujas are done in a year itself, because the calendar of the devatas is totally different. The number of thoughts for them is less. They are in heaven. So naturally, they kshana. The time between 2 thoughts is more. This concept of kshana should be understood clearly. From this, we can understand how our 1 year is the 1 day for the devatas. The people who are residing in the 6th layer The spiritual body are called devatas. That space itself is called heaven. If we have lived a restless and continuously worrying life, the moment you leave the body, you will feel so restless that within 3 kshanas, you will take the next body. You can't be without a body because you are so dependent on the body and mind to survive. You must quickly get another body so that you can continue to try to fulfill desires. See, all along your life, your 10 pillars, your foundation, were in the outer space of the world. Your attention was always directed towards. So, naturally, you are dependent on the body to survive. You can't be without a body. What will you do? You will be in a great hurry to take another body. It is like this example. You wait in the railway station just to get into the first train that stops. You will not be bothered about which train is coming, which way it is going, which platform, etc. You will simply jump into it, that's all. If you have lived a simple life, a peaceful life, if you have had one glimpse of consciousness, a single glimpse of this Turiya state, then when you leave the body, you will leave it beautifully and you will have a VIP lounge there to wait in. So there is no hurry and you take another body at your leisure. You will not be pushed and pulled by desires, guilt, and painful experiences of life. You will not be forced to take whatever next body is available. You can have a beautiful and relaxed way of living. You can wait and decide whether to take a certain available body or to wait further. It will all be your choice. All you need to do is work towards one conscious glimpse in your life, in this life itself, and in this body. If you have learned to live without your body and mind for even a moment, that is what I mean when I say thoughtless awareness. You will have the same thoughtless awareness at the time of leaving the body also. If you master the art of living with the body and mind, then you will have the maturity and experience to know that whatever is taken away from you will not be with you. You will have your inner space safe at the time. It is clear and there is no suffering. As of now, you don't have that inner space. As of now, all we think as we is based on the outer space only. Our inner space is simply corrupted with everything we encounter in the outer world. We never protect our inner space, our greatest treasure. That is the problem. Ramakrishna says beautifully, if you put a little curd into the milk and keep it in a corner for 2 or 3 hours, it will become curd. Then you can churn or shake the curd. You will have only butter. Nothing will go wrong with it. But immediately after putting the curd into the milk, if you keep on churning it, you will never have the whole thing as curd. The curd will never happen. Now understand that for these few days, you need to keep your outside world connections away from you, your inner space, so that the curd can form. Once the curd has happened, you can go back into the world, then anything may be done. Nothing will, nothing will shake you. But in these few days, when the process is happening, please cooperate. We will be working intensely here. Even if you try to get some information from your home or office, whatever is good or bad information, the problem is your whole office mental setup or home mental setup will come back to you. And in that just 10 minutes, you will come down and become like how you were earlier. It is like this. Even if you see a single encounter on the street, it is enough to create a chain of thoughts, isn't it? Whenever you remember this instruction, quickly bring your mind and consciousness back to the present moment. You can watch your breath or you can feel your whole body in order to bring yourself to the present moment. Continuously come back to the present moment just for these few days. Around the world, thousands of people have worked with this NSP formula and have been successful. If you are successful in the NSP, that is, if you have had even one conscious glimpse during the program, not only at the time of leaving the body do you become conscious, but even if you are given anesthesia for any surgery, you will enter into the conscious state at that time. After the NSP, some people undergo minor surgeries in hospitals. They write to us that when they were given anesthesia, automatically they fell into the conscious state. Even under a full dosage of anesthesia, they fell into the conscious state. They say, we didn't feel pain, but what clearly witnessing what was happening. We were aware of the whole thing and we were able to experience the whole operation very clearly. This has happened not just with 1 or 2 persons, but with hundreds of people. Even while doing same activity, if you feel giddy and fall, you will not enter into the darkness that you usually enter. You will not become unconscious. You will enter only into light. All your major diseases are rooted in your mental setup. If you don't change your mental setup when healing is given, what will happen? You will get the same disease in 10 days, in 10 days time, and come back for healing again. As long as you have a knee, you will have knee pain. If you drop your ideas about your knee, the pain will disappear. When you have a conscious glimpse in your lifetime, no karma, unfulfilled actions can touch you. Your frequency becomes much more than the frequency of karma. Karma can work on you as long as you have thoughts. In conscious awareness, you go beyond thoughts, so naturally you will start ruling karma. It is said that meditation is like exposing your film directly to the sun. If the camera shutter opens for just one moment, whatever is in front of the camera will be recorded in the film, is it not? If the shutter is left completely open, what will happen? If the sun rays directly fall on the film, what will happen? Whatever is recorded will be erased. Now, when you took birth, for one moment, the camera shutter opened and life entered your body. So whatever was there in the scene got recorded. It means that whatever planetary positions existed at that moment got recorded. That is why the time of birth is very important. It is only based on that your consciousness functions. Now consciously, I am keeping the shutter open for quite a bit of time during this program. So naturally, whatever is recorded, what will happen to that? It will be erased, not meaning all your past karma is erased. That is why it is said that when you take birth, it is like opening the camera shutter for one moment. When you are initiated, the shutter is completely open. Naturally, the sun's rays enter and all your karmas are wiped out. That is why only when you are initiated, you are called Dvija, the twice born. You take a second life, a new life, and the one who operates your camera to hold the shutter open for that extra time is called the Guru. Based on all the intelligence that you have when you leave the body, you decide what type of a body you want to take next. It is based upon the lifetime you just completed. With the file created by the experiences and impressions of the past life, you review the entire life. You ask yourself, what is the best experience that I wanted to have in my life? Then you refer to the past life to see all the experiences you had in your life. Whatever you think was the best, even if it was just a glimpse, you choose. In order to repeat the same peak experience, you decide on the sort of place that would be good to be born in. Then you decide what type of father and mother are needed. After considering all this, you take birth. That's all. Even poverty is a conscious choice. Please understand, poverty is a conscious choice. It's very difficult to understand this, but it is the truth. When you don't want to take responsibility of having and guarding the money, you choose to be in poverty. Having money means a lot of responsibility. You're always in danger. Anytime you can be harassed. You can be kidnapped and your money can be taken away from you. These are all the risks money will bring. That is why we say even poverty is a conscious choice. Having money means a lot of responsibility. So, what we are understanding from this introduction is everything is you choose to be born, your conscious choice.
Each one has got their own desire. Of course, it may be enlightenment, or the energy, or experience, to have the same experience again. You see, you had some glimpse, some change, transformation in your life, to have little more transformation, or some desire. Desire, that is what makes you work. That is what makes you do things. We are going to work on that subject, desire. That is what makes this mental body alive. Of course, we have a very wrong concept about desire. The very word desire you condemn. Because you are taught from the very young age that you should control your desires. You should suppress your desires. Can you be alive without desires? You can't even breathe without desire. You know, the very breathing happens only with desire. You can't even breathe without desire. Only thing, there are two things. The unconscious desire and conscious desire. The unconscious desire means never it gets fulfilled, and it always just erupts in your mind. Neither you know the way to fulfill it, nor it guides you to fulfill itself. It is there, but it cannot guide you to fulfill that desire. It never gets fulfilled. But the conscious desires, it just helps you to fulfill itself. By fulfilling that desire, you feel the fulfillment. Conscious desire means the desire, by its own power, it shows you the way to fulfill it. It gives you the clear map to reach it. When you reach that desire also gets fulfilled, and you also get fulfilled. Unconscious desire, you do not even know the way in which you have to proceed towards the desire. And not only that, because that is not getting fulfilled, it never allows you to feel the fulfillment. These are the two layers of desires. If your desires are brought from unconscious to consciousness, from unconscious to consciousness, when they are brought, they are just flooded with energy. So two things happen. They get fulfilled. They show themselves, they show the way to fulfill. You fulfill it, or they just disappear. If they can't be fulfilled, they just disappear. They are not hanging in your mind like a hangover. They don't just stay in your mind and disturb your life. All of you understand? Because it's a very simple concept. Of course. Any other question on this concept? Then I will answer.
Swami, what is an unconscious desire?
The quality of the unconscious desire is you yourself not aware that you want it. See, conscious desire means what you want to have in your life. Unconscious desire means just because somebody else is having, you want to have that. You see he is having, then immediately you think, oh, let me have that also. let me have that, it will be so nice. Then it is just unconscious. You do not know the way to reach it. It never gets fulfilled, but it is there just as a hangover. That is the thing which is called unconscious desire. Desire which comes by seeing others' life, not as your own, not as your own desire.
Can you expand on sealing on desires? Sealing on desire. You said we suppress our desires, but you can have a sealing on the desires. That's person.
One thing, even the sealing is suppression. Even the sealing is a suppression. So these desires, they should never, no desire should be suppressed. You should bring the desire to a light of consciousness. So the light of consciousness, either it will fulfill it or dissolve it. Whenever you are aware, conscious, you never get foolish desires. Do you get the desire to fly? You never. You never. You know, either you can fly by aircrafts or some through some flight or the way, or you have to forget that desire. So whenever it is brought to the consciousness, whenever it comes to the conscious level, you will see just they disappear. Now, you will bring the desires to the conscious level. Of course, this technique I am explaining to you logically. Next session onwards, you will be given only the technique and you will see the result. No logical explanation. Because whenever you get the logical explanation, your mind starts working before the technique works. In Tamil, there is a proverb. Adrishtam rail la varudhu mudi daradara dandila vandirukku. The fortune is coming by train, but the unfortunate is coming already by the telegram. Mind is actually, logic is unfortunate. Before the fortune of energy reaches you by train, the unfortune of the mind reaches you by the telegram. So I don't want you to reach that. I don't want any mind to reach before the energy reaches you. So next session onwards, you will be directly given the technique, you will continue to practice, then you will see the result. I don't want you to have a prejudice or the pre-understanding about the technique, about the layers. Then you will start having your own concepts. Now let us do a small, very simple thing. You will just sit and write your major desires of your life in your notebook. Sure, nobody else is going to read. Only you are going to have, only you are going to read, only you are going to possess it. Nobody else is going to see, nobody else is going to touch. But two things, mind always says, oh, I know all my desires, why should I write? That's one thing. I know in a vague way, but I do not know how to write, how to verbalize. These are the two things. These two things only keep your desire in the unconscious level. Please be very clear. Not verbalizing or not having enough of power, capacity, not having enough of light to throw on the desire. These two only keeps the desire in the unconscious level. So now you sit and you will have next half an hour. I wanted minimum half an hour because you have enough of things to write till half an hour. Can anybody say, I have no stuff to write for half an hour? You have enough of stuff. Start from your desires to have the wealth. Write the ultimate desire. What is the maximum level you have? Write one by one, clearly, point by point. Understand? Suddenly God appears in front of you and asks, Tell me all your desires. I want to fulfill all your wishes. Don't think it's a joke. You may appear also. Who knows? So none of you are ready to believe. So you are all very sure, huh? You see, if he appears and asks you, give your applications, let me fulfill all the desires. If you give this application, this notebook, he must be able to fulfill it. And once if he fulfills it, you must feel totally satisfied. So write in that way. Suddenly God may think very clearly. He may appear in front of you and ask. If you give this notebook, after that you should not feel, oh, I have not wrote that. I have missed that. I should have added at least one. No, not only the bends. You see, bends you will write. The attachment to the bends. I wrote bends, but I forgot that I should have added that sunglass or the sunscreen. Sunscreen and the moon screen. That attachment I have not added. You should not think all these things afterwards. Once you are given, over. Only one chance. Write in a detailed way with all minute details. Start with your wealth. You have 4 layers, just like a fear. If you have done ASP, you know the 4 layers of fear.
Notebook is not enough.
You will be supplied new notebooks. Don't worry. If you can write, you will be supplied lot of notebooks. You will have enough of notebooks. So, we will start. Don't bother what is going to happen by writing. Write sincerely. 4 layers of fear. Just like a fear, layers of fear. Anybody remembers the layers of fear? Let us.
First one was fear of losing property, wealth, fame. Second one was fear of losing body part, of being in an accident.
Wait. Now let us ask somebody else. Third layer. Fourth layer.
Family members.
Fear of losing family.
Then.
Finally, like.
Oh. There are many. Nice. The same way, you have 4 layers of desires also. The desire belongs to I, desire belongs to mind. Desire belongs to mind means the layer of wealth. Layer of wealth, money, or all the comforts. Desire belongs to mind. Next thing, the desire to have the respect, name and fame, or the social status, psychological. In the I and mind, you see, in the mind itself, physical, psychological. In the I, physical, psychological. 2 category, I and mind. In the mind, physical is comforts. Psychological is name and fame. The being a celebrity. Wherever you go, you just want to be a celebrity. You just want to push somehow your head front. These 2 layers. And then inside, in the I, the physical pleasure, sex, or the food, or the sound, music, or the smell, the 5 senses. The physical pleasure in the level of, in the eyes, physical senses. In the eye, psychologically, a strange thing, you will be, what to say, surprised to understand all your spiritual desire belongs to the psychological I. Please be aware. Many of you have told me, I have come here to have a spiritual bliss. I have come here to have this, have that. All these things are also desires. All these things are also desires. So you will write 4 layers of desire. You can at least note down the 4 layers. Then you can, so that according to that you can title it and start writing. Desire for wealth. And status. Desire for name and fame. being a celebrity. Third layer, desire of sex, the sexual fantasies. Fourth layer, desire of spirituality. In the eye level, psychological. Of course, you need this, right? These 4 words, that is enough. You understand? Wealth, name and fame, sexual fantasies, then spiritual desires. So under this 4 title, almost all your major desires come, and give the fifth category, miscellaneous. Because you are such, you will create anything. I cannot count. What are the weird things you create, only you know. Now you take your own time to write at least half an hour you will be given. Clearly verbalize. You see, God must be able to read. Your handwriting may be bad, that is not a problem. Once a man made an advertisement for his manager. You must be able to write French. Once you know to write French means naturally you know to read, to speak. That is what he thought and gave an advertisement. You must be able to write French. One man, our Moorg, applied for it. When the Moorg appeared for the interview, the man asked, "Oh, you know how to read, write, speak French?" Moorg said, No. You said, I must be able to know how to write. The man asked, what? You say you must be able to, you know how to write, but you can't read. How can it be possible? You know how to write, but you can't read. The Moorg said, yes, I can only write, I can't read. It's strange. Finally, the man said, all right, at least let me give you the test, you write. He started writing. Then what he wrote, this man could not understand. He called the Moorg. What is this? What you have read? What you have written? Read it out. And immediately Moorg said, you see, already I told you. I can only write. I can't read. So, don't make like that writings. Write such a way that God can read without your help. Verbalize it very clearly. Verbalize it very clearly. See, if you are stuck, if you feel that you can't verbalize, be very clear. Your desires are playing fool of you. The desires which you are not able to verbalize, they are only called unconscious desires. When you verbalize itself, so many desires you will feel, you also will feel shy. What all foolish things and but don't bother about it. Don't bother about it. Verbalize. You will see automatically the process will happen. You don't bother about what will happen. You just follow the technique. You just follow the method. So start writing it. Write all maximum things you want. Don't write minimum, and once God takes away, you cannot give any supplement. So no supplements will be accepted. So write to the maximum. Whatever you want to have, and whatever wealth you want to have, whatever name and fame status you want to have, whatever sexual fantasies you have, whatever way you want to fulfill it, and whatever spiritual desires you have, whatever way you want to fulfill it, write everything one by one.
It's only for ourselves. What if we want something for our husband or for our children to write that?
No, you see one thing, even that is also your selfish thing only. Because he is your husband, you want for him. You see, if Suresh is not your husband, some other Ramesh is your husband, then you want for Ramesh. You understand? It is not for Suresh, your husband. So your husband. So naturally it comes under Your category only. So write your desire. It is your desire. Huh? Am I right? It is for your husband, not for Suresh. Poor guy, he was caught, so otherwise it is for somebody else. So right. Only unconscious desires are wrong. Unconscious desire means the desire which you yourself don't know, but which is in you, is wrong. But whatever desires you know is not wrong. Because when you know, naturally, either you will work for fulfilling it or you will drop it. It will leave you, it will disappear. In these two, one thing, naturally one thing will happen. So, if you feel some desires are there just hanging around, either you are not able to fulfill nor you are able to drop, it means be very clear, you yourself are not sure about the desire. You are not clear about the desire. That has not been brought to your consciousness. Now we will have one more meditation technique. First, the mental layer has got a sub-layer, I can say, pranic body, the prana sharira. So we will work on that prana sharira. Then we are going to work on the desire. Of course, this is something to do with your imagination. The meditation technique is deeply related to your imagination. To bring your imagination capacity to the peak, to bring your imagination capacity to the maximum, to bring your imagination capacity to its ultimate level, then you will understand imagination, the desire, how powerful, how energetic they are. They are just a driving force, life energy. Then this mental layer, which was a wound in your being, will become an energy to support you. See, if a building is standing in four pillar, suddenly one pillar is broken, some disturbance has happened. It is not only that pillar is not supporting that building, that pillar becomes a weight on that building. So whenever you get disconnected to one body, whenever you condemn one body, whenever you don't use one body, not only that becomes you are not using that body, that becomes a weight on you. That becomes a weight on you. If that pillar is again substituted or replaced by another one pillar, not only the weight will be, it will not be weight, it will be support. So let us work on the mental body as deeply as possible so that it can become energy. It can support to hold the breath. Just fill your lungs and then hold the breath as long as possible. And then exhale through the mouth and keep your lungs empty as long as possible. Understand? Inhale through the nose as deeply as possible, slowly as possible, and hold. Keep your lungs filled as long as possible. Then later on, exhale through your mouth as slowly as possible and keep your lungs empty as long as possible. This is one cycle. So start doing. Slowly but deeply inhale. Very deeply inhale. Fill your lungs. Fill little more, just little more. Little more. Hold on to it as long as possible. One more second. Just postpone one more second. One more second. When you feel you can't, you have to, Breathe out. Breathe out through the mouth. Exhale as deeply as possible, as slowly.
You have to open your mouth.
Yes. Continue the cycle, but very slowly. Inhale as deeply as possible through nose. Hold. Inhale deeply through the nose, filling the lungs. Hold the breath for as long as possible. Then exhale gently through the mouth, keeping the lungs empty for as long as possible. Repeat this cycle. Inhale with full effort. Don't have shallow breathing. Inhale as deeply as possible and hold for as long as possible. Exhale only through mouth, gently, and keep your lungs empty as long as possible. Unless you put your whole effort, the pranic body will not open. So put your whole effort. Breathe through with whole body. When you breathe in, the whole body should move. When you breathe out, the whole body should move. Very gently, very deeply. Hold as long as possible. Breathe very slowly but deeply. Hold as far as possible. Exhale very slowly and again hold without taking the breath as far as possible. Stop the breathing and relax. Let your eyes be closed. Relax. Come to a normal breathing. Now, slowly, very slowly, visualize all your dreams, all your desires. Feel all your desires are fulfilled. Feel all your desires have come true. How you will be living. Imagine as deeply as possible. Visualize consciously the life after fulfillment of all the desires. Once you get all the wealth which you wanted, which you have wrote in your book, how you will be living. Never condemn the desires. Never condemn the fulfillment. Just feel you have fulfilled. Live that ecstasy, live that joy. When you have fulfilled all your desires, how you will feel, how joyful you will be, how your life is going to be. Fulfill all your desires of wealth. Visualize very clearly. Somehow by the divine grace it has happened. Visualize very clearly. Once your wealth is achieved, how your life will be. Once the name and fame and the status is achieved, how your life will be. Once your sexual fantasies have become true, once your sexual desires are getting fulfilled, how you will feel. Once your spiritual desires are blessed, how you will be. Visualize all the desires. Feel that everything has become true. Imagine, visualize, and it becomes reality, how you will be living. Consciously, totally, put your effort and visualize in a detailed way. Don't avoid. Don't push again the desires to unconsciousness. Bring them up to consciousness and live. Live totally with all juice and life. When you start visualizing your desires, you will see automatically your energy gets concentrated on the third eye, on the brow chakra. Allow that to happen. Encourage your mind to get concentrated on the visual, on the third eye. When you live your desires, you bring life to it. Live it totally. You bring energy to it. Visualize and experience all your desires about status, all your desires of spirituality, all your desires of sex and pleasures, all your desires of food, all your desires of music, all your desires of wealth. consciously visualize how you will be living, how you will be moving around luxuriously when all your desires are fulfilled, how much you will be joyful, how you will be ecstatic. Let your eyes be closed, but stand up. Let your eyes be closed and stand up. At least give 1 feet gap between your both feet. Let your legs be widespread. Stop all the movements of thoughts. Whatever thoughts come up, just see them as a witness. Your thoughts, your breath, your mind, your body. Just leave your body at least for 1 feet and witness your whole body as a witness. Look at your whole body from a little distance. Don't associate yourself with your body or the mind. Just witness. Witness the thought that you are witnessing. Witness everything. Let your hands be loose, relaxed. Witness. Watch your body from distance. Watch your mind from distance. Think yourself as a person sitting on the hillock and look from the hill. From the hill, if you watch the world, how it will look, just like that. Look at your body, look at your mind. Witness it. Relax. Slowly you can open your eyes and sit. Latihan means when your mental body becomes empty, when your pranic body opens, your being becomes porous to the alive energy. You see, it is just because your desire for Amrita, you are not able to enjoy the cup of tea which you are having. Just because your desire for ash makes your wife, shows that your wife is very ugly. So when those things becomes, when the desires are disappear, when the desires become energy, I can't even say that desires disappear. When the desires become energy, you become porous. So whatever is available, you become porous to that. The surrounding, nature, the energy. So something happens to you, that is what is called latihan. It's the Pali term. You become more alive, and more sensitive, more ecstatic.
That I thought I wanted, now I don't feel that they are so important anymore.
The unconscious desires disappear. You see, you feel many of your wants are not just because the other is having. The other one is having. When you bring those things to consciousness, they will all just melt and disappear. And the energy which is invested on those desires, unconscious desires, will become a support to fulfill your conscious desires. You understand? Those energies will become a support to fulfill your conscious desires. Not only the unconscious desires disappear, they become a positive support for your conscious desires. It's like from other army, one person has escaped and come and joined in your army. Not only they lose one person, you gain one person. Then?
After the breathing, Swami, well, it was hard to keep track of the time. That interval of time. It was like, I have no idea what was, I have no idea what happened.
To break that idea of time only the whole meditation. That's right.
I always thought I had no desires. I mean, I always thought I was a simple person, but when I started writing, I knew that I'm having so many desires.
Actually, it was very easy for me to write all my desires because before you came into our life, I used to say my prayers in my puja room, and I used to ask for all those desires. It was really easy. But after you came into our lives, I would do the meditation and I've not been asking for any assurance.
That's nice. You will see that they will be getting fulfilled. Whenever you don't ask, the energy is flooded into it.
So every time you're supposed to observe yourself from like the hilltop.
No. This is the time.
Okay. So when we were doing that, I thought I saw my image also in different ways, like high school days or younger days. And is that?
That's perfectly all right. Actually, 7 years. Like that only the files will be kept in our mind. Chitta. Chitta means the memory is stored, hard disk. 7 years. Like that only the files will be stored. You will see one form from every 7 years. 0 to 7, 7 to 14, 14 to 21, 21 to 28. Only that way the files will be stored. You will see the peak or in the 0 to 7, which was the moment you were in your peak. Maybe some of your birthday celebration, everybody was pampering you, you are enjoying. From 7 to 14, maybe the day you went to the school or the day you won the sports. The memorable moment, most memorable moment between 14 to 21, the most memorable moment. Some of your experience, some of your ecstatic experience, joyful experience, or even the guilt, even the deepest guilt, or even the deepest worry. Any one slide will come up whenever you witness. Perfectly all right.
Yes. That was wonderful session with Swamiji. Now, you have any clarifications, questions, please do post. Now, of what we are discussing about the introduction and what you've heard so far, you can post your comments in the YouTube and how is your experience. Now, we will enter into our next session, the physical layer. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasugatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. The physical body is this body, that what we see, that we can touch and feel. The physical body is what makes us feel physical pain and suffering on the physical plane. First, we will work on the physical body. There are three things that we are going to do in this session. One is balancing the body. The second is erasing the body consciousness or the outer line of your body from your mind. And the third is just merging the physical body back to energy. The physical body is more like a matter right now. It will be, it can matter, it will be physical matter, a gross body at the moment. Why are we supposed to do balancing the body? Unless you balance your body, your mind will be continuously in the body. There is a beautiful saying by Patanjali, Stiram Sukham Asanam. Patanjali is a great enlightened master from India, known for his yoga science. The meaning of these words can be interpreted to mean when the shoe fits, the feet are forgotten. Or when the belt fits, the belly is forgotten. Or when the chain fits, the neck is forgotten. Or when the ring fits, the finger is forgotten. So if the ring doesn't fit, you will be continuously remembering the finger, isn't it? So if the chain does not fit, you will continuously be remembering the neck. So if shoe does not fit, it is either too tight or too loose, you will be continuously remembering the feet, right? So what is the scale to see whether it fits or not? If you have forgotten the feet, you can be sure the shoes fit. If you have forgotten the belly, you can be sure the belt fits. If you have forgotten the neck, you can be sure the chain fits. If you have forgotten the finger, you can be sure the ring fits. So when you can forget the body, only then can you be sure the body is comfortable. Whenever your body is not comfortable, you can never forget about it. If you are not remembering your body in any way, it means that you are comfortable in it. If you can forget about your body, you can understand that you are healthy. If you don't remember your head, it means that your head is without any. Can you forget your head? No. That's why spouses always give headache to each other so that you will not forget them. If some part of the body troubles you, you will never be able to forget that part, isn't it? So if you forget that part, what does it mean? It means that you are not having any trouble with that part, that's all. So if the body is healthy, you forget about it. We can also say when you forget the body, it becomes comfortable automatically. So get ready for the first session, forgetting the body. If you are a little bit balanced, you will be able to forget the body and you will be able to enter into the second session. First thing, you need to balance your body in order to forget it. If the body is balanced, you will forget it. Now, let's learn a small technique to balance the body. Just think of your mala. Mala is the sandalwood, the rudraksha or any kind of mala that we wear. like this. As you center are the center of gravity line of the body. If this line is straight, then it means the mala is in the rest position. If the mala is held to the side, then it is not resting. If I leave it, it will come back to the restful position. This down position, this mala is totally resting and comfortable. In the same way, your center of gravity line should fall into a straight line. If it falls so, you will be totally comfortable in your body. You will be able to forget the body. Okay, so let's understand how. Just sit cross-legged on the mat with the right leg on your left thigh. And you could sit on the ground, then sit on the chair. Sorry for the technical glitch. So now, let me repeat. Just sit cross-legged on the mat with right leg on your left thigh. If you can't sit on the ground, then sit on the chair, but try your best to sit on the ground. Sit with the right leg on your left thigh and your leg should be seen. See, if your legs are really under your control, you should be able to do Ardha Padmasana, means half lotus posture. The picture, this is full Padmasana. If your legs are like this, the full Padmasana. If you're only one leg, 1 feet, you're putting on the left thigh, then that is the Ardha Padmasana, half lotus posture. Only then your legs are under your control. Otherwise, your legs are under someone else's control. You don't have to sit like this the whole day. Just once, if you sit, it is enough. Then the whole day, you'll be balanced. You'll be comfortable. It is good to sit often in the balanced posture at home or in office or car or wherever. Your whole day will be balanced. Until the age of 7, your body has its own built-in mechanism to balance itself. Once you have grown into society, you forget the original balancing technique. Now, I'm just giving the original balancing technique back to your body. Once you learn it, you don't have to sit the whole day. Okay, this is. Actually, it is going to take only 5 minutes. Just sit the right leg on the left thigh. Your right leg on the left thigh. First thing, for one moment, lean forward slowly and put your whole body's weight in front of you and feel the weight of the body. So you sit with your half lotus posture, then slowly lean forward. Your whole body weight is in front of you. Feel the weight of the body. Naturally, you will feel that the whole body is being pulled by gravity. Now slowly, inch by inch, if you raise yourself and make your body straight, don't immediately get up, but inch by inch by inch. When you're trying to get up, at one point, you will feel weightless. You see, when your body is leaning forward, you will feel the weight, the heaviness of your body being pulled by the ground. Step by step, very slowly, in leaning backward to midpoint, you will see the gravity becoming less. At one point, you will feel totally weightless. This is the line in which your center of gravity falls in a straight line. Now very slowly lean backward and feel your weight again. Then slowly bring yourself back to the straight position again. At one point, you feel totally weightless, relaxed. This is your center of gravity line. Now you will be able to feel this balanced position as well. There is only very simple technique. You just sit full lotus posture or half lotus posture with your head, neck, back straight line. And the first thing you will do is you'll bend with the whole body straight. Not you bend means not like this, bending your shoulders back, but back should be straight line, and you bend the body, whole back should be bent like that. You will feel the weight when you're bending. And slowly, don't get up immediately, but slowly, inch by inch, you try to get back to your normal posture. While doing that, at one point, you will feel the weightlessness. Only one thing should be understood. Your center of gravity should be in straight line, and you should feel weightless at that point. At that point, which you feel you don't have any weight, at that point, when you feel your body is the lightest, that's the point when your body is balanced. At this point, the hip should be in complete rest. It should not be moved. It should be totally fixed. Now, let's start balancing the body. Just few minutes. Sit cross-legged. All of you, just do this for a few minutes. Now let's move on. If you are balanced, then close your eyes. You may also sit on a chair to do this balancing technique, as I mentioned earlier. If you have balanced the body, just relax in this balanced posture for a few minutes. Just sit with your balanced body. When we are going to do this, the next meditation, working on the physical body, sitting in this posture, in this balanced posture. Once your body learns the language of comfort, whenever you sit, automatically you will sit only in this posture. If you have observed me, you would have noticed that whenever I sit or wherever I sit, my body will always be very straight. As you see in the posture, this is the posture that Swamiji always gives the satsangs, right? In the full lotus posture, the body straight. For years, he has been giving satsang in the same posture. With you, normally you will be bent. Only by instruction, you will sit up straight. So now taste the comfort of sitting straight and balanced. If the body learns this, you will see a total attitude change. The body's whole attitude will change and it will make itself completely comfortable. Now we will do this meditation. This is a meditation that is actually working on the physical body, making your potential physical layer into energy. Stand with your 1.5 feet space between 2 feet. Close your eyes and tie the eye band. Inhale and exhale slowly and deeply. It's a guided meditation, so all of you please get ready. It's a guided meditation, so please get ready to do this. Tie your eye bands. Stand with your 1.5 feet distance between your feet. Tie your eyes with eye band. Inhale and exhale slowly and deeply. Inhale deeply, exhale deeply. Concentrate on your feet. Forget all other body parts. Tense your feet. Visualize your body as a bean bag. Tense your feet as intensely as possible. Now relax the feet completely. Now tense your calf muscles and thighs as intensely as possible. Tense your calf muscles, tense your knees, tense your thighs, tense the whole legs intensely. Tense your hips. Now tense your navel region intensely. Tense your navel region intensely and relax. Now tense your arms intensely. Now tense your face intensely. Now tense the crown of your head intensely. Finally, tense the whole body and relax. Tense the whole body as intensely as possible. tense the whole body intensely. Tense the whole body intensely as possible. Now relax. Sit wherever you are. Relax and sit wherever you are. Now visualize and start inhaling and exhaling through the head. The whole head is pores. Now inhale and exhale through every pore of your face. Your ears, your nose, eyes, mouth, neck, shoulders, hands, and the entire body has pores. And you're inhaling and exhaling through the pores of all body. Now, next inhale and exhale through every pore of the face, ears, nose, eyes, mouth, neck, shoulders, hands, and the entire body. And entire body has got pores, and you're inhaling and exhaling through those pores. Actually, as of now, you are a solid matter, but we will be making you totally porous to the energy of nature. Mostly, all of us resist the energy of nature. Understand? In the part of your body where you feel cold, where the cold air is touching you, if you don't resist and just allow the cold air to pass through you, you will never have a problem with the nature's energy around you. Swamiji shares a beautiful experience that I walked in this very same dress when I lived in the Himalayas during my pre-enlightenment period. I walked in the Himalaya snow. Of course, I never even wore sandals at that time. All the wandering ascetics live this way in the Himalayas, in the snow. If you have this basic understanding, if you have this basic relationship with nature, you will not fall sick due to cold and such things. At least that much you can manage. So this balancing will help you. And moreover, becoming energy will make you porous to nature. So that concludes the first technique of balancing the body. You can share your experience. Now, relax. Let's move on to next meditation technique to work on the physical body. In this technique, we start humming as deeply as possible, as loudly as possible. Think of yourself as a hollow vessel and start humming. Think of yourself as a hollow vessel. Forget your body, forget your mind, just become the humming. Put your whole effort in the humming. Even if you have a slight tremble in the body, cold, cough, there's nothing wrong. Continue as deeply and as intensely as possible. Forget everything else. Just become the hum. Just put your whole effort into the humming. Forget that you are an individual person. Drown yourself in the energy that is being created from the humming. Forget your body and mind in the humming sound. Now let's start the Maha Mantra meditation to work on the physical layer. We are going to do 3 techniques. We just finished one. Now we are entering into the second technique, which is Maha Mantra meditation. Let's start doing this. Tie your eyes with eye band. Sit with your head, neck, back straight line. Visualize your thoughts. Witness your thoughts. Sit calmly. Continue to witness all your thoughts. Don't suppress any thought. Don't condemn any thought. Just see what is happening inside and outside your body. Whatever happens, let it happen. Just be a witness to everything that is happening throughout the world. Now relax. Now let's listen to Swamiji saying about the next layer, the powerful cognitions and understandings about our next layer. Let's listen to Swamiji.
Was caught by a salesman. Salesman caught Mukund. He wants to somehow sell an elephant. And he told Mukund, see, I have a brand new elephant. Just now it is from Africa. I'll give it to you, total full elephant, just for $100. Mukund said, what will I do with elephant? I don't want elephant. Neither I can feed the elephant or I have a place to keep the elephant. No. The man said, no, you don't know. It is 10 feet tall with black and with 4 legs and 1 big tail and finished with a big 2 trunks. Don't miss this golden opportunity. Mukund said, I understand, I have only 3-bedroom apartment, that also in the 13th floor. I cannot keep the elephant anywhere. Better you find somebody else who can keep and maintain. The sales guy said, no, you don't know the grandeur, you don't know the grandness. Just if you want to see, come with me in 10 minutes, I will show you how grand it is. You do not know the majesty in which it walks, the way in which it shouts. You do not know the grandeur. Don't miss this golden opportunity. You must have one. Only then you will really feel like a king. Do you have the desire to live like a king or not? So you will really feel like a king. Have one. Mukund almost became mad and screamed at him. Fool, I tell you, I have only 3-bedroom apartments, and that also in 13th floor. Where will I keep? Leave me and go to somebody else. Salesman said, you see, if you really want really a good deal, take this 1 elephant. I'll give you 1 more elephant just for $50. Just for $50 I'll give you 1 more elephant. It's a really good deal. 2 elephant just for $150. Full 2 elephant just for $150. You can never have anywhere. Then slowly Mukund gave a thought to himself and said, now I think it's a good deal. Now I feel it's a good deal. You see, whenever it is available cheap, whether it is useful or not, you try to possess it, get it, collect it. Same way, you collect something in your system just because it is cheap. That is what? Is guilt. The next topic, to the desire. What comes after the desire? Tell me. That's the usual experience of everybody after any desire, whether it is ice cream or ice. Ice cream or ash. After any desire, what comes? Whether it's ice cream or ash, whatever it may be, the thing, you will have the guilt. Just after the desire, automatically guilt follows. And you miss to understand one thing. The guilt is the thing which makes the desire to come back. You see, it's like a vicious circle. Here is desire, here is guilt. After the desire, once the desire has passed, guilt comes. Naturally, when the guilt goes, it brings desire. Then when desire goes, it brings guilt. When guilt goes, it brings desire. It's a vicious circle. Always one follow the other. If you take deeply the oath, I will not smoke, the moment you finish the oath, your mind will be asking to have a smoke. If you take much deep oath, then as early as possible. If you take the oath in a very simple way, one day you may be able to keep it up. If you take the oath with full power, not even 2-3 hours. Always desire follows the guilt, guilt follows the desire. It is the high and low energies. When you are in high, you are in a desire. When you are in low, you create guilt. If you want to really enjoy some desire, have guilt about it. Then you will never forget. That is what is truth. If you don't have guilt, you will go beyond the desire. I tell you, these so-called moral teachers who creates guilt in you, only they are the real people who are the root for all the pornographies, who are the root for all the immoral activities. Because they create guilt in you. That's a beautiful expression by Vivekananda. When he quotes on Patanjali, he says, you should never give morality. You should always give the understanding. Never the conscience, always consciousness. Now, we should not kill others. This is a basic thing. If you say that as a rule, as a morality, if you kill here, you will get hell. If you are taught as a morality, if you kill, immediately you will be caught by the police. Just like as a rule, as a morality, what will you do? When police is not there, you will do the same thing. Or you will be just waiting when the police will leave. If police does not leave, you kill him also. You just wait for the opportunity. You are just burning, bubbling. You just wait for the opportunity. When it comes, you bust it out. Same thing if it would have been given as understanding. You see, if you kill somebody else may kill you. The same thing, if it continues, the whole humanity will be dead. The whole life will disappear from the earth. Understand this. If it would have been an understanding, then till the last moment, we will never even contemplate about killing. The same way, anything, any life, any being, anything, when it is given with understanding, it becomes your consciousness. When it is given as a rule, a dead ritual, or a strong suppression, it adds only to your conscience, not to your consciousness. Two things you need to understand: conscience and consciousness. When you understand things, it becomes consciousness. When you make rules, it becomes conscience. Guilt is created because of conscience. Conscience is created because of guilt. Guilt is the next layer, astral body. Have you heard of the astral traveling? If you read the great masters' books, then you will understand. They will take the sky, astral travel. Great enlightened rishis, siddhas. If this body is healed, you will always have the control on the astral body, you can go in others' dreams. You will have the power to penetrate your dream, and you will have the power to penetrate others' dreams. You will come and tell me, who is the person who enrolled for ASP, last ASP, after seeing the dream? It seems one of your friends called and told you to register. It says that one of his friends called him and told him to register. Somehow he was not willing. Then he saw that somebody was calling him and telling, go and register. Of course, I didn't surely go there to force him, but when the trust is there, then divine takes this form and does it. Of course, when you become enlightened, even if your astral body is under your control, you don't use it. I don't use even this body. Why will I use the astral body? Divine uses it. But till you become enlightened, if you heal this astral body, it will be under your control. It will help you in thousands of ways. First thing,
Nithyananda, can you hear me? Great. Thank you so much. So before we start, I will share my screen. So welcome to the next layer. So thank you. So Nithyananda, my name is Manitya Yoganyananda. I'm very happy to be here with you. So let's start let's go to the next layer. And before we start, we are going to do the Sadhguru Vandanam. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in straight line. Connect to Swamiji. Let's start. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamutim Vanvatitam Gagana Sarvisham Tatvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sabadi Sakshibhutam Havatitam Triguna Rashitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Thank you. So the second layer, the pranic body. The second layer is our breath layer, pranic body. The pranic layer is filled with all our desires. What is prana? So prana is the life energy that sustains us every moment of our life. Understand, it is not the same as the air you breathe in and out. Prana is the life energy that is carried by the air. For example, if you have to carry a truck of mud from one place to another, the truck is just the carrier. The mug is the real content you are interested in. Similarly, air is the carrier which carries the real content, prana. We don't need air to survive. Prana is what is needed. Prana is associated with 5 different types of movement of circulation in the body. They are prana, inhaling of prana, vyana, prana staying inside the body, udana, prana spreading all over the body to every nook and corner, samana, prana assimilating all over the body, and apana, cleaning of the system and elimination. Please understand that when your desires change, your prana flow or your airflow will change. For example, if you are caught in lust or any intense desire, your inhaling and exhaling will become intense. The prana going in and coming out will increase. With any desire, the prana flow will change appropriately. If you are in a silent and peaceful mood, the prana flow will be different. It will be so mild that you will not even know that the prana flow is taking place. Desire is nothing but energy. How should we handle this desire energy? Mahavira, a great spiritual master, says that when we are born on planet Earth, we bring with us all that we need to survive and achieve those desires for which we took birth. Yet, why do we feel we do not have enough? For instance, we take $10,000 and set out to buy a car. We meet someone on the way who talks of the latest television that one should buy if one can afford to. What happens? We are carried away by the friend's words and enthusiasm for the TV, and we end up buying the television. Then we find that we do not have enough money to buy the car that we actually needed. This is how we experience the inadequacies in our lives. Those desires that we bring with you to fulfill in this life are called prarabdha karma. But after you are born, society imposed thousands of desires on you. You pick up desires from each and everyone whom you meet in life and from commercial and try to fulfill them. All the time you are fulfilling someone else's desires and not your own. Like the example of buying the latest television, you are caught in a trap. You do not have energy, money, or time to fulfill all these desires. Therefore, forgetting that all those desires were really the ones that you pick up from others, you blame life and God for not being able to fulfill your desires. You do not feel a sense of abundance and the blessed showering of existence in your life. Instead, you feel depleted and cheated. When you infused energy into the pranic layer, only your real desires will stay. The borrowed desires will leave you. So now, how do I know which desire is mine? I'm going to see this. As with the tree, when you shake it, the old and dry leaves fall while young leaves of energy stay. When you do this meditation, other people's desires will all fall away, and only your dreams, your desires will stay. Understand that your own desires that you came with into this life are already imbued with the energy to fulfill them. Borrowed desires are not so deep and energy filled. But what happens is that you use the energy you came with to fulfill these borrowed dreams and complain that life does not supply you the energy you need to fulfill your desires. When you work on energizing the pranic layer, all the desires imposed on you by others will drop. You design your desires when you are born. When other desires are imposed on you, your breathing changes. It becomes shallow. If you have observed kids when they are asleep, you can see that they breathe with their whole body. When social conditioning happens, your breathing becomes shallow and confined to the nose. Prarabdha karma is your own samskaras that you brought with you. Borrowed samskaras change the way your prana happens. When you readjust your prana, all the false desires fall off. The purpose of this meditation is to strengthen your own desires, not to drop all desires. If you do not work out the desires that you brought with you, that is your prarabdha. You become suicidal. You develop cancer. Right from birth, we bring with us the plan for major events, such as what we want to be in terms of career, marriage, children, etc. The idea that your desires are never to be fulfilled is wrong. Drop that idea. Prarabdha karma itself means desires that you bring along with you, along with its own energy for fulfillment. Understand this very clearly. Our desires are like Pandora's box. We have accumulated so many and kept them. Now, open Pandora's box and see what is inside. Do not condemn your desires. Do not suppress them. Do not judge. Whatever is there, let it out. We can classify desires into 4 types. Desire to do with sensual pleasures, name and fame, material possessions, and spiritual experiences. Write down all your desires. Do not edit them as you write. Write in the language you think it is the most effective way to express your desire. So maybe we are going to take 5 minutes to do this. Write down all your desire. Maybe we take 1 more minute. Great. Let's move forward. So remember, it is for you and only you. Write on separate paper. When you have finished writing, go through your desires. Let's see now. Wherever you find self-contradicting thought or desire, change it to a positive thought. For example, instead of saying, I should not be poor, you can say, I should be wealthy. Drop the word poor. Every time you use the word poor, you are empowering it along with the word I should be, I should not be. So change the sentence to the corresponding positive statement. I should be wealthy. So I can give you maybe 1 or 2 minutes to do this small work before we go forward. So let's move forward now. Let's go to the negative thoughts. Let's go of the negative thoughts. You can follow this small technique to get rid of the negative words in your system. Talk to yourself, especially in the mornings and before going to bed. Express all your thoughts only through positive words. Use that time to go deep into your system and spread only positive words and thoughts. Then your whole mental setup will change to a highly positive one. This very change will cause things to happen for you. A man with an advanced mental age is the one who learns through intelligence. He is the one who clearly understands from his very first desire that no desire, when fulfilled, will give him true happiness. He realizes that the ultimate goal lies beyond all desires. He will be able to see through the whole thing and analyze it. He will know that the real fulfillment comes from within himself and not from outward things such as desires. As we said earlier, your prarabdha is the desires that you bring with you when you come. Let us now analyze how exactly these borrowed desires take shape. It is not necessarily that you yourself pick them up. Society also imposes them on you. Society is the one that first teaches you how to pick up desires from others. At a very young age, parents sow the seed of comparison in you for small things like academic performance, following cleanliness, keeping your things neatly, and so on. They know to teach only by comparing you with others in all these contexts. They never just tell you the importance of it and leave it at that. This is how you learn how to borrow desires from others. For example, when you are on your own at home, you will feel grateful for all things that you own and are blessed with. You will feel a pleasant feeling engulfing you and a beautiful sense of gratitude overflowing from you. But the moment you open your eyes to the outer world, if you happen to pick up some desire that belongs to others, it becomes ugly again. The earlier beauty in you and your home disappears and the whole thing becomes ugly again. Again, you start pulling and pushing yourself with the freshly borrowed desires. Anything borrowed is ugly because it is not natural. It is forced and artificial, and anything that is artificial is not beautiful. If you wish to be an artist, but land up being an engineer because your father wanted you to be so, then that again is ugly. You being an engineer is a borrowed desire. Had you been an artist, you might have been so beautiful. Who knows, maybe you are a born artist. Whatever is your nature, that is your own desire. The rest is borrowed. This is a great truth that I am telling you. Understand this very clearly. Whatever is your nature constitutes the desires that you brought with you when you came. If allowed to, these desires will express through you in a natural way and fulfill every moment of your life. All other actions and miseries that happen in you are due to borrowed desires. Your own desires is allowed to be fulfilled, will Your own desires, if allowed to be fulfilled, will by nature purify and expand your inner space. Borrowed desires, on the other hand, will take you again and again in the outer world and put you only in depression. You will be true not to yourself or your own being, but to others, and you will lose your way in life. You will waste your energy and land in depression and low energy again and again. I tell you that almost every desire of ours is borrowed because our own desires are our nature. So if you sit and think, you will be able to clearly see how each and every action of ours is driven by what we pick up from someone. It is a very subtle game sometimes, but with intelligence, we will be able to trace the root of every action of ours. If we live with this awareness, it is more than enough. Just the awareness will take us beyond desires and keep us in a peace and bliss. In peace and bliss. In Jainism, there is a belief that when you are born, the entire quantity of food and energy that you will need during your lifetime is sent along with you. This is a way of saying that whatever are your true requirements in this birth, existence equips you with the energy to fulfill them before sending you to planet Earth. So understand that if at all you are feeling that your desires are not getting fulfilled, it is because of your own doing, not because of God or your parents or anyone around you. One more important thing about desires, I want to tell you. Desires are energy for our body. It is the fuel without which we will not even get up from our bed. The reason why you even stir from your bed is because of the desire to do something. So without desire, you will not even get up from the bed. To move out of bed, you need energy. That energy is desire. Desire itself is no problem. There is nothing wrong in having desires and fulfill them. The whole problem is we start having self-contradicting desires. For example, we want all the comforts, but we don't want to take up any responsibility. This is one major area of self-contradiction. Next, we want to take a vacation for which we need money. For money, we need to work. Those two desires are contradictory. What happens because of this? You lie on the Hawaii beach thinking about work. Misery starts. There is no fulfillment. This is exactly what I mean by self-contradicting desires. You pick up something from someone, you go behind it, but when you are trying to fulfill it, you start thinking about something else because you have picked up something else from someone else. This is why we need to bring awareness into our broad desires. They start becoming self-contradictory because you are picking up different things from different people. Another more subtle example of self-contradictory desire lies in the language we use. If you want to get rid of headache, what do you say? Let me not have headache, but the word headache gets impressed in your inner space as deeply as the word let me not have. The vibration of the word headache is filling your inner space. So this is again self-contradictory because while you don't want the headache, you are repeatedly empowering it. And if you say, I am healthy, you create another conflict within yourself, since immediately another voice inside you will answer saying, that's not true. I'm not well. Now the fight has started. Just say, let me be healthy. That's all. Similarly, there is a difference between your needs and wants. Your needs are already taken care of in some way. It is possible to satisfy your needs, but it becomes impossible to satisfy your wants because they are changing and unclear all the time. Every time one want, a desire is fulfilled, 100 more come up. It is our nature to want endlessly because we are continuously getting input through our eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and touch. The more input we get, the more we want. What is the difference between a need and a want? Take, for example, a creeper that is growing in your garden. For the creeper to grow upwards, it needs a support like a tree or a bamboo stick or a pillar or something. Without this support, it will only grow horizontally and get crushed by people working over it. This is an example of a need for the plant's survival. If you analyze all your desire with the help of this example, just imagine what will happen. You will see that virtually everything that you desire is a want and not a need. The wandering sadhus, spiritual seekers in the Himalayas live with so little. Their entire list of possession will be a stick to ward off wild animals and small water pot. That's all. I lived like that for so many years during my pre-enlightenment period. You don't know the liberation it is to live like that. You might say, Swamiji, for sannyasis, it is all right, but what about householders like us, who have so many things to be done with husband, wife, children, etc.? Understand, I'm not telling you to have only a water pot or stick. No, I am more practical than you. Understand that first. I am only saying, first, become clear of the difference between needs and wants. That is the first step towards more peaceful living. As this becomes clear, slowly the want-based attitude in you will start changing, and automatically life will move from discontent to fulfillment. That's all. You will see that fulfillment happens not because you got what you wanted, but because you understood that you have all that you need. When this understanding happens, you will also stop picking up desires from others. You will stop comparing yourself with others. You will remain focused within yourself instead of outside of you. Once this happens, your wants will your wants will in no way affect your inner space. The moment you judge something as right also, you start enjoying it because it is right. Shiva says, see it. And the moment you see it, unclutch from it. He is teaching renunciation, simple and pure. People might say, how can this be possible? How can we renounce? I tell them, then follow the method that you know to overcome it. That's all. Simple. You either learn from an enlightened master or life will teach you. Life is going to teach you. If you learn from the master, it will be a lot easier for you because he will talk to you in the language that you can understand directly. You will see that fulfillment happens not because you got what you wanted, but because you understood that you have all that you need. You may not directly understand the language that life speaks in. Because of this, the process for you will be delayed and you will receive strong punches also. By the time you start realizing the punches, start interpreting and understanding the messages conveyed by the incident in your life, it might be too late. Please understand that it is always better to learn from the master who is talking to you in the same language that you understand, the language that you communicate in, relate with. If you learn from him, it will be a lot easier for you as you do not have to go through all the painful experiences. So Shiva says, suddenly unclutch. Even before the mind starts arguing with you, even before the mind starts asking, should I unclutch or not? Suddenly unclutch. That's all. If you keep agreeing with the mind, you will never unclutch. I always tell people, don't think before you jump. If you think, you will never jump. If you keep thinking, you will never jump. You will jump only the moment you stop thinking. So don't think before you jump. There is a saying, think twice before you jump, or look before you leap. I say no. If you think, you will never jump. Even before your mind becomes aware, unclutched, you are enlightened. There is a beautiful story. One lady goes to Ramakrishna, the great enlightened master, and says, Master, my husband threatens me that he will become a Swami, that he will leave me and go away, that he will renounce life and go away. Ramakrishna says, don't bother, it will never happen. She is surprised to hear this and says, no, master, he's not joking. He's very serious about what he's saying. Ramakrishna then narrates an incident to her. There was one man threatening his wife. I will go away and become a Swami. I will renounce life and go away. This is actually a technique used by frustrated men, mostly in India. They threaten their women because in India, women are not economically independent. If the wife nags the husband too much, this is the way he will respond. This lady goes and complains to the man's elder brother, her brother-in-law. Your brother is threatening me that he will become a Swami. Please advise him. The elder brother says, don't bother. It will never happen. It will never happen. The lady asks, how do you say it will never happen? My husband is very serious about what he's saying. He replies, I shall show you how a person becomes a Swami. Just watch. So saying, he removes his gloves and throws them away. He picks up a towel and walks away. He left the house and becomes Swami. The elder brother shows this is the way to become a Swami and really became one. The person who talks will never do. The person who keeps talking also will never do. The person who is talking will never jump. Ramakrishna relates this story and consoles the lady. Don't bother. The person who threatens will never move. When you are filled with some desire and you suddenly disconnected from it, you will experience a new inner space, an empty space, that inner space which is ready to experience your own reality. However, the big problem is that whenever you are ready to unclutch from some desire, it is for the sake of some other desire. You are not ready to unclutch completely. You are ready to unclutch from one if you have the promise that the other will come to you. If you are greedy for some other desire, you are ready to unclutch from this desire. We handle desires at 3 levels. So this is now 3 levels of desires. We handle desires at 3 levels. In the first level, we have too many desires that are always self-contradicting. Even if there are only 2 desires, they will contradict each other. In the second level, there is only one object. You fulfill that, but still feel emptiness. You do not feel completely fulfilled. In the third level, there is no object. There is just overflowing energy. Desire without any object is bliss. In kids, energy overflows as desires. Pure desire is desire without any object. It is overflowing energy for no reason. Pure desire is actually just an overflowing. That's all. It is a causeless overflowing. When you further purify this with awareness, you come to the stage of Satori. You get a glimpse of Samadhi. That is, you are in a state of pure awareness. You reach this not by suppressing, but by being aware, by purifying it. What is the root cause of desire? We feel we have to achieve something, some goal in life all the time. We feel we need to fulfill the purpose of life. Our desire are to reach towards what we think is the goal of life at that moment. That brings us to the important issue of renunciation. Do not renounce for the sake of reward. I have seen people who renounce drinking because they hear that in heaven they are served much better liquor. This is part of the promises that are made to them. It is believed that in heaven you will have dancing maidens and you get different kinds of liquor and music. These people are fantasizing about heaven and renouncing this world. Of course, in a way, it is good that they don't do these things here. But I always tell them, renouncing purely for enlightenment is renunciation. Renouncing for some other desire is not renunciation. It is a bargain, a business. A small story. A small story. One man thought to himself, if I undertake austerities here and renounce everything, I may get all the best thing in heaven. So he was practicing all kinds of austerities and become a big guru with many disciples and followers. One day, he died and reached heaven. One of his disciples, who was always with him, thought, how can I live without my guru? So he also died and reached heaven. While he searched for his guru in heaven, he was thinking, my guru led such an austere life that he must have got the best rewards. He must be enjoying all the beautiful heavenly women and all the liquor that is served here. He must be really singing and dancing and enjoying this eternal pleasure. Suddenly, he saw the guru sitting next to a beautiful woman, probably a famous actress. He was sitting with her, drinking and enjoying. He approached his guru and said, Master, I am so happy to see your austerity well rewarded. Oh, what a gift she is for you. At that point, the girl immediately intervened and said, stop. I am not the gift for your guru. He is the punishment for me. So do not expect any heavenly pleasures while renouncing. See, even in day-to-day life, if you meditate with the thought that you will have more power to enjoy pleasures later, that you will have another benefits, you are again using meditation as a utility. This is $1 million question. The answer to this is the whole of existence, the whole universe is purposeless. Of course, it will be very shocking to hear this. From a very young age, we are taught and socially conditioned to believe that life has got some purpose. We are made to run towards some goal, towards some purpose all the time. What is life without purpose? You may ask. Any activity, let alone one's entire life, has to have a purpose, a definition, and an end point to make it meaningful. That purpose is what drives us, motivates us, and provides energy to carry on with our day-to-day activities. So to hear a statement such as life has no purpose might confuse you. You would say all our lives we have been brought up to believe that we are here for a purpose. This is because at every stage of our lives, a different purpose is drilled into our head, and we are made to work toward that purpose. As children, we are expected to do well in school. Once grow up, we are supposed to be married happily and bring up children. During each phase in our lives, we have specific templates, specific guidelines that society and our families have set up for us. So you might not ask, how can we let them down? How can we believe that all these expectations are wrong and that there is no purpose to life? You might feel that I am trying to turn your whole life upside down. The more you run towards a goal, the more you are considered to be a successful person. More the speed, more you are respected. More the speed, more the rewards. From your birth, again and again, society teaches you that life has got some purpose, that life has some goal. Life without purpose seems meaningless to us. We cannot even comprehend such a possibility. Just understand that this is only what you have been brought up to believe and nothing else. This is not the truth of existence. Life does not need any defined goal to make living worthwhile, meaningful, or happy. In fact, the absence of purpose makes our life meaningful. The absence of goals makes living worthwhile. The universe or nature has no purpose. It's just this. It exists. A river runs downhill toward the oceans because it is its nature to run downhill. It is not because it has a purpose to meet the ocean. Our life too has no purpose. We were not born for a purpose. We were born to live, to enjoy life, and to be happy. Instead, we set ourselves up for unhappiness by setting goals for ourselves. And almost always, these goals are based on fantasies, not on realities. In the process, we stop enjoying real life. The more you run towards goals, the more you miss life itself. Because when you run, you miss the wonderful touch of the earth beneath your feet. The man who is continuously bothered about the goal will never be able to enjoy his life. He continuously lives in the future and ignores the present. When we are in the present moment, the here and now, we do not need a goal to guide us. Just awareness of the present moment will automatically lead us to do what needs to be done at that point in time. When the present moment is taken care of with awareness, the future gets resolved by itself. As long as the path is right, whatever destination we reach will be right. We do not need to define destination. The right path defines its own destination. When we don't live without awareness in the present moment, our mind starts striving towards either the past or the future. That is a problem. We constantly worry about the future. We constantly think of the past, relate it to our future, and define our expectations based on what we have missed in the past or what we believe will provide us happiness in the future. For example, When you are studying, you always think, when I have a job, my life will be happy. When you have your job, you think, after marriage, my life will be happy. After marriage, you think, when I have kids and my own house, my life will be blissful. After you have kids and your own house, you think, when my kids grow up and support themselves, all my responsibilities will be over and I will be peaceful and happy. By the time your kids are settled, by the time your responsibilities are over, when you want to relax, your being is conditioned so much that you can't relax. A small story. One moment, please. A small story. The emperor of a city came out from his palace for his morning walk. While he was walking, he met a beggar and asked the beggar, "What do you want?" The beggar laughed at the emperor and said, "You are asking me if you can fulfill my desire?" The king was offended by the beggar and said, "What is it? Just tell me and I can fulfill your desire." The beggar told the emperor, "Think twice before you promise anything." This was no ordinary beggar. He was the emperor's spiritual master from the king's past life. In the previous birth, the emperor missed the goal of enlightenment. So the master promised to return to awaken the emperor in the next life. But the king had forgotten all this completely. Nobody remembers past lives. In his arrogance, the emperor insisted to the beggar, "I will fulfill anything you ask for. What is your desire that I cannot fulfill it? I am a very powerful emperor." The beggar said, "My desire is a very simple one. Do you see this begging bowl? Can you fill this bowl with something?" The emperor called one of his ministers and told him, "Fill this man's begging bowl with money." The minister went, got some money, and put it in the bowl. Soon it disappeared. Again, he put in some money, and again it disappeared. No matter how much or how often money was put in, the begging bowl remains empty. The news of this spread throughout the world's capital, and is me. Okay. The news of this spread throughout the whole capital, and a huge crowd gathered near the palace. The emperor's prestige was now at stake. He told his minister, "Even if the whole kingdom is lost, I'm ready for it. But I cannot be defeated by this beggar." Pearls, diamonds, emeralds, and his treasuries were being offered all lost into the begging bowl. As evening arrived, the people stood and watched in utter silence. The king fell at the feet of the beggar and admitted his defeat. He said, "You are right. I cannot manage this simple thing. Before you leave, please tell me one thing. What is the begging bowl made of?" The beggar laughed at the emperor and said, "There is no secret. It is made from the same stuff as everyone's mind. It is simply made up of human desire." When you understand deeply that the mind is like the begging bowl that can never be filled, it can have a great healing effect. This understanding can transform your life completely. So what is the purpose of life? Let us get into the mechanism of desire. First, there is a great excitement, a great thrill, and a feeling of adventure. We feel a great kick about the desire. It could be a new car, a new house, increased bank balance, anything. But suddenly there are moments when everything becomes meaningless. What happens after some time? Our mind has materialized the whole thing. The car is standing in the garage, but there is no excitement anymore. The excitement was only in getting it. The desire is fulfilled. The car is in the garage. The money is in the bank account, but the excitement has disappeared. Again, the emptiness is there, ready to eat us up. Again, we have to create another desire to escape this beast. This is how we move from one desire to another desire. This is how we remain a beggar. Our whole life proves it again and again. If we observe the subtitles of it, we will see that every desire only frustrates us. The day we understand that desire will fail to satisfy us, then comes the turning point in our life. Most of us need to get stressed out before we can relax. We don't know what is it to relax. When I tell people to relax during the meditation workshop, they ask me, "Master, please give us a few guidelines how to relax." The tension of running behind something has become part of our being. It has become part of our conditioning. After that, resting will not be rest anymore. It will not be relaxation anymore. Happiness is where we are. It is not where we think we should be. It is good to have an idea about where we should be in terms of business strategies, but it is not a good idea to have our happiness invested in it. The two are clearly exclusive. What happens to our goals is a separate thread. What you are is a separate thread. If you are able to separate the two, relaxing will never be a problem. It is only because you have tied happiness and your goals together that you need to run behind the goal at the cost of your real happiness. And one more thing, when you are too caught up in your goals, you might be shutting yourself out to so many beautiful things that are going on around you simply because you don't have the time to stop and look at them. Another small story. A lifelong city man, tired of the rat race, decided that he was going to give up and move to the country. He wanted to become a chicken farmer. He found a nice huge chicken farm and bought it. It turned out that his next door neighbor was also a chicken farmer. The neighbor visited him one day and said, "Chicken farming isn't easy. I will help you get started. I will give you 100 chicks to start with." The city man was thrilled. 2 weeks later, the neighbor stopped by to see how things were going. The city man said, "Not too good. All 100 chickens died." The neighbor said, "Oh, I can't believe that. I've never had any trouble with my chickens. I will give you 100 more." Another 2 weeks went by and the neighbor stopped in again. The city man said, "You are not going to believe this, but the second 100 chickens died too." Astounded, the neighbor asked, "What went wrong? What did you do to them?" "Well," said the city man, "I'm not sure whether I'm planting them too deep or not far enough apart." Just imagine, the city man was actually planting the chicks. This is what happens when you are stuck with ideas and goals. You miss the many more beautiful ways in which things are done. Be very clear that life has meaning but no purpose. Enjoy the path, and the goal is reached. Your very nature is bliss, experiencing that every moment is the path and the goal. The way we may wonder why we exist when there is no goal to work for or look forward to. We have to understand an important thing. When desire disappears, the energy behind desire still remains. Man, as such, is energy. That should not be forgotten. We have always been trained to think that man is matter. The first line of Isha Vashya Upanishad is Isha Vasyam Idam Sarvam. All that exists energy is energy. Desire is also a form of energy. That is why you can turn one desire into another. The desire energy at one point may be a manifestation of greed. In another moment, the same energy may transform into anger. In another case, it may transform into depression. Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be transformed. This is what science also says. What happens when we transcend desire? It cannot now be manifested as greed or fear or anger, which are all due to external causes. The alchemy from desire to compassion. The whole energy manifests itself as pure causeless compassion. You cannot create compassion. It happens because of transformation of energy. Then the whole energy starts overflowing causelessly. This is the beauty and definition of compassion. This is the causeless overflowing of energy. This is causeless because there is no cause like greed or fear or anger or anything. It just is. An important thing to understand is that desire can exist only in unconsciousness. Only when you are unaware can desire exist. Look inside yourself when you have a desire or when you are angry or depressed. Look clearly at what is rising in you, what is happening inside you. The moment you look at the desire objectively with awareness, you will see that the desire simply loses power. It just dissolves. A fundamental law of existence is that you and your desire together create the reality around you. Existence responds to what you desire. For example, if you are afraid, that very desire of having fear will invoke the desire of frighten you in the other person. If you are afraid, the desire in the other simply disappears. If you are not afraid, the desire in the other simply disappears. Existence simply responds to what you ask for. Constantly, it is giving you what you request. We only need to have the intelligence to know what to ask for. Your thoughts, now it is about bliss attracts fortune. Your thoughts and energy directly affect your body, your cell structure, your decisions, your capacity to fulfill your decisions, the outer world incidents, and even accidents. Currently, you are always centered in either greed or fear. Every action that you do is out of either desire or fear. It becomes very easy for others to exploit you because of this. You become very vulnerable. You create a mental setup that creates and attracts similar incidents to you. You also corrupt your energy flow with this. If you can change your mental setup from this type to one of bliss or ananda, then your energy flow will start brimming and your thoughts will be much clearer and more in the present. When you do this, you have every power to control the outer world incident because you and existence have a very deep connection at the energy level. This is the thread that you need to catch in order to understand that bliss attracts fortune. When you are blissful, when your mental setup is not one of worry, fear, and greed, but one that is in the present and always joyful, you will automatically attract all good things to yourself. I'm sorry. I lost something. Okay, great. Are you still here? Can you hear me? Wait, maybe we are going to do a small pause to take maybe 5 minutes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So now it is time that all of us get ready for the darshan. So now it is time that all of us get ready for the darshan. Today we are going to be having the darshan of Simhagna Murti, the forms of Paramashiva in which he removes the delusions of Mahavishnu, liberating Parandhama to experience that highest oneness. So hope all of you had a few minutes, and yes, you all can let us know your questions, your doubts, anything if you have. And the darshan will be starting very, very soon. And we request all the participants to please be seated. Please come and settle down. And we are going to be entering into a very, very important session just before the darshan as part of the initiation preparation. We request all of you, see, today's initiation is something very important. It literally raises our frequency to the next level of existence. So how many of you have invited your friends, family members, any of your near and dear ones for the darshan today? Please post in the chat, and we request every one of you to take a few minutes and invite your friends, family members for the darshan, and let them not miss today's initiation, especially which Swamiji will be initiating us to experience the highest frequency in.
Actually, I just wanted to ask all the participants who all want to have a real breakthrough, like really you want to have that experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi and then manifesting Navakhanda Yoga Samadhi and having the intense Kundalini awakening. One of the best ways you can manifest the spiritual powerful cognitions in you as powers, as spiritual experiences, there's one technique that can easily help you in manifesting any of your powerful cognitions as your own experience. Any guesses what this is? What is the technique? What do you think is a technique through which you can make any of your powerful cognitions, any cognitions that you're listening from Swamiji, the revelations you're hearing from Swamiji, the clicks you have had, to manifest it as your own experience? Come on, take a guess. Okay, I already saw one person has posted the answer. I'm not going to read that out till everyone else posts. Each of you guess, take a moment and post it. I'm seeing various answers coming. Ma Chingho is asking for Pada Puja, is there a credit card option? Ma Chingho, I think you can sign up in the form. Our team will connect with you and help you to see if you have some options. So just you could go ahead and sign up. Okay. Build persistence, unclutching, enriching, sharing and enriching, oneness and surrender, enriching, question mark. enriching, yes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes! For help making text digital, search 0 with an X.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, Hare Nithyananda, 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 Nithyananda, Hare
देवराजसेव्यमान पावनामृपङ्गजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमान पावनामृपङ्गजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे कालकोटिवास्वनं भवातिहारगम्बरं नीलकण्ठवीक्षिताटदायकं प्रियोजनं कालकालमङ्कुलाक्षमक्षशूलमक्षरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे शूलटङ्कपाशदण्डपाणिमादिकारणं श्यामकायमादिदेवमक्षरं विरामयं भीमविक्रमं प्रभुं विचित्रताण्डवप्रियं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे मुक्तिमुक्तिदायकं रजस्तचारुविग्रहं भक्तवत्सलं स्थितं समस्तलोकविग्रहं विनिक्वलन्मनोज्ञहेम किङ्किणीरसत्कटिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे धर्मसेतुपालकं धर्ममार्गनाशकं धर्मपाशमोचकं सुशर्मदायकं विभुं कर्णवर्णशेषपाशशोभिताङ्गमण्डलं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे रत्नपादुकाप्रभाविरामपादयुग्मकं नित्यमद्वितीयमिष्टदैवतं निरञ्जनं मृत्युदर्पनाशनं करालतं श्रमोक्षणं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे अट्टहासभिन्नपद्मजाण्डकोशसन्दतिं दृष्टिपादनष्टपापजालमुद्रशासनम् अष्टसिद्धिदायकं कपालमालिकाधरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भूतसङ्गनायकं विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकपुण्यपापशोधकं विभुं नीतिमार्गकोविदं पुरातनं जगत्पतिं
அண்ணாமலையே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா அஞ்ஞான கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் நித்யா ஏந்தும் காலனே புடிதோலனே விழியால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொக்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமொழி காணா அண்ணாமலையே அகிலம் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே ஆவரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை முடி பூசி உடுகை ஏது காலனே புலிதோலனே மீனின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி வாடியாக்கு இருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் வீசடை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இமையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா பாவா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா பிறதியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமனே நீயாடிவா மண்ணாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவரசே ஆதியந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகை இயக்கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே தொழுதிட பிள்ளை நகர்தனி வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே ரசித நித்ய வைபவ குப்த கைலை வாசனே ஈசனே சர்வேசனே பரமேசனே
Your love, your gratitude to the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji.
We are now going to be walking you through each platform. So please pick up your gadget and follow along with us. The first platform being YouTube. Please head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And if you have not yet subscribed, please make sure to hit the subscribe button. Go to the live video, and right under the live video in the live chat section, you can post your prayers and receive direct blessings and responses to your questions from Swamiji. The next is WhatsApp. Please head to kailasa.org, our official website, and scroll down you will be prompted with the WhatsApp app icon. Click on it. It'll lead you to the community where you can post your prayers, the boon requests that you have, and even offer your love, gratitude to Swamiji and receive direct responses from Swamiji himself. Next is Twitter. Please head to x.com, formerly Twitter, and go to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Twitter handle. Head to the topmost pinned tweet, and right under the pinned tweet, click the reply icon. Using the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, you can tweet your questions, prayers, and especially on Twitter, you could also post your questions. Like if you want any revelations on a particular subject, you can post those on Twitter. The next is Instagram.
And you all can head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda, the official Instagram handle, and you can all go to the profile picture and you can click that and it will take you to the live video. In the live videos comment section, you can post all your prayers, all your messages of love and gratitude to Swamiji. The next is Facebook. Head to KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam, the official Facebook page, and you all can go to the live video of that page, go to the comment section, and you can comment all your prayers, all your blessings, requests to Swamiji. Most importantly, don't forget to like and follow these social media platforms, because in all of these social media platforms is where you will be receiving the latest news, events, and happenings of Kailasa. And today's darshan is very, very important, as in today's darshan, Swamiji will be blessing all of us with a very, very powerful Rasasiddham process, in which Swamiji will be literally churning our Kundalini, connecting our Kundalini to the cosmic Kundalini. So do take a few minutes, share this darshan as it is happening right now live with your near and dear ones, so they too can receive the benefit from this darshan and the initiations.
Now, we are going to be taking you all through today's voting subject, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to unify the 2 billion Hindu diaspora that spreads across the world, across the globe, across all the time zones, to bring unity amongst all of us, to bring us all together, and to be able to revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma and take it to all its glory. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated very
as Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Your fears, incompletions, insecurities, nothing is needed for you to exist. Paramashiva alone is enough for you to live absolutely, blissfully, celebrating, fulfilled, complete, intensely. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Darisanam Nithyananda Darisanam Jnanapita Mahasamsthana Simhasana Darisanam Darisanam Kalpadam Darisanam Jnanapita Mahasamsthana Simhasana Darisanam
Namah Shivaya.
as Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Vishwarupo Mahahanu.
Sit as Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Om Namah Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Sarva Karma Swayam Bhuta Adiraadi Karo Nidhi Sahasraksho Visalaksha Somo Nakshatra Sadhakah Chandra Surya Sani Ketur Graho Grahapatir Varah Atri Ratra Namaskarta Mrigabanarpano Nagah.
Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Namah Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya.
Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, we request all the participants to please continue stay tuned with us. The live darshan will resume shortly. There's a small technical glitch and we are attending to it. We are doing our best to get the darshan at the earliest for all of you. Now, please stay tuned with us. We'll all be resuming the darshan very, very shortly. In the meanwhile, we'd like to take you all through today the subject for voting today for all of us Hindus. To each of the participants and every Hindu that are watching us out there, the initiative of Hindu votes remains a very, very important aspect in reviving the responsible democracy for us Hindus.
And Swamiji had also mentioned how the Kailasa government structure that Swamiji is creating is going to be based on responsibility. How responsible you are decides what role of Kailasa are you going to be taking up. So this is for everyone, all the Hindus, because this is open for every Hindu. You can be a born, practicing, living Hindu. You can be from any background, any walk of life, that does not matter. But this is open for you. All the Hindus can be a part of this. So today, we have a very simple question for all of you, which is, to what extent were you familiar with the Hindu heritage and its history, as well as the persecution that Hindus had faced before you met with Swamiji? Were you familiar with it, or is it after meeting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did you learn about it? We have a few options for you.
So your options are: Option A, I gained knowledge about Hinduism only after meeting the SPH. Option B, I possessed some knowledge earlier, but my understanding of Hinduism deepened immensely only after I met the SPH. And option C, I acquired insights through my independent studies and research. And option D, I still remain uninformed and I'm eager to learn more. So let us know your thoughts. What is your thought on this? Head to kailasa.org/Hindu-votes, the link as you see on the screen. And please cast your vote. We invite all the Chitsabha members as well, all the Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, Kartas and Sarvagnya Pitadishwas as well, to please head to the link and cast your vote. As Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, you all can vote both in the Rajya Sabha and Chit Sabha, both. And all the Hindus, born and practicing Hindus around the world that are watching it, you all can vote in Rajya Sabha. So please go ahead. Today, this is the topic for Rajya Sabha, and let us know your thoughts. Please take a minute and cast your vote. And to all the founders of Kailasa, the Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, Kartas, and Sarvagnya Pitadishwars, today we have a significant topic for voting. Because as Hindus, as the devotees of Swamiji who have benefited immensely from Swamiji's contributions in our lives, we all not just know, we all have experienced the importance of Kailasa, the Hindu nation for Hinduism, and we all are very proactively wanting to be a part of it. The very fact that each of you are a Sarvagnya Pita Yajaman is a testament for that. But it is equally and more important for Hindus around the world who are the benefactors of Kailasa to realize and to recognize the importance of Hindu nation. For them to understand how important it is to have the Hindu nation bringing legitimacy to Hinduism. And having said that, we would like to ask all of you, how aware do you think are the Hindu communities in your respective localities about Hinduism, Kailasa, the Hindu nation, and its importance for Hinduism? We request all of you, all the participants, all the Sarvagnya Pitayajamans, all the members of Chit Sabha, to please take a few minutes to cast your vote. The link to vote is available to all of you in your respective chat rooms. Please check your Zoom chats. The links are available. Your options are, I think they are very aware and acknowledge the need for a Hindu nation. I think they are aware of Kailasa, but still not informed about its importance. I think they have mostly never heard of or are unfamiliar of Kailasa. Take a few minutes. Please cast your vote. Let us know what you think about it. Today, Hindus around the world, the Hindu communities living in so many different countries, dispossessed Hindus, who are immensely still benefiting from the values, the knowledge that Hinduism has gifted. But unfortunately, most of them are still unaware of what is happening to Hinduism and the benefits of Hinduism and the need of a Hindu nation. And that is why we brought forth this topic, and we request all of you to please cast your vote and let us know your thoughts on this. And all the members of Raj Sabha, all the born and practicing Hindus around the world, take part actively in this voting and the Kailasa voting, because each of this is designed to give all of us the experience of rights as Hindus. Each of us experience and express our rights, exercise our rights as Hindus.
Now it's time that all of us are going to be continuing to enjoy the darshan. Please cast your vote. Get ready to enjoy the darshan. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and enter into a deep meditative space, preparing yourself to receive the darshan. Please close your eyes and chant the Mahavakya.
$25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya, Mahatapa, Ghoratapa, Adino Dina Sadhakaha, Samvatsara Karo Mantraha, Pramanam Paramam Tapaha, Yogi Yojyo Mahabijo, Mahareta Mahabalaha,
Paramashiva's Simhagnamurti, Matsya Samharamurti, Vishapaharanamurti, Kurma Samharamurti, Varaha Samharamurti, Rakta Viksha Pradhanamurti. I bless you all with Paramadvaita, the ultimate. Om, 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 Om.
அடியாரவர்க்கு
Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Hari Om Namah Shivaya,
Today,
Om Namah Shivaya.
I am initiating all of you with Rasa Siddham process. This is to make you manifest Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. First, understand the basic truths about Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. Listen. Vedas and Agamas talk various methods for enlightenment, power manifestation, achieving the ultimate goal of the human being, the moksha. Whole thing is roughly classified into 4. Charyapada, Kriyapada, Yogapada, Jnanapada. It is also called Charya Yoga, Kriya Yoga, Yoga Yoga, Jnana Yoga. Listen. Charyapada, Kriyapada, Yogapada, Jnanapada. Charya means lifestyle. Lifestyle decides the success or failure of your life. Your lifestyle decides the outcome of your life. Your lifestyle decides your success or failure of the life. Listen. Success is not like a lottery you win in one day. Failure is not an accident you come across suddenly one day. Success is not lottery you come across one day, you win one day. No. Success is habit. Listen. Success is habit. Anything you take, whether health, either healthy life or the collapse of health, does not happen in one day. It's very rare you meet with accident and health collapses. That is very rare, exemption. But as a law of the life, as a law of the life. Listen, success or failure is habit. Wealth does not happen in one day. Same way, you don't lose in one day. Wealthy life or poverty is a lifestyle, habit. Losing wealth in one day or achieving wealth in one day happens by accident, which is exemption. That is not a rule. Sometimes people win lottery and they become wealthy in one day. But that is exemption, not rule. As a rule, law of life. Rule. As a rule, law of life, your lifestyle is life. Charya means lifestyle. Making your lifestyle as Paramashiva. Next, Kriya. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the greatest science, the cosmic science which had access, which gives you the technology, everything you to have to vertical time zone and the beings who live in vertical time zone. Listen, Sanatana Hindu Dharma provides techniques, tools, methods, machines, everything you need to know, connect, relate, and get benefited by the vertical time zone and beings who live in vertical time zone. This science is called Kriya. Listen, the higher locus, vertical time zones, there are some higher and some lower. Starts from Patala. Patala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Talatala, Sutala, Vitala, Atala, and then Buluka, the earth we are in. Then above, Bhuva, Suva, Maha, Jana, Tapa, Brahmaloka, and beyond all these 14 lokas is the Vaikunta, Shripura, Kailasa, Maha Kailasa. Listen. Sanatana Hindu Dharma knows the science of connecting with those vertical time zones and even to travel. In those days, long, long ago, the quantum physics and the modern day scientists started waking up to the truth of different time zones, the truths about the Big Bang and black hole and aliens before the science could catch up to all these understandings. The foolish human beings who think they are successful were constantly brainwashing the whole humanity. Nothing else other than this planet Earth, this known world exists. They were constantly brainwashing you guys. They were constantly making you believe. And the cosmic science centered religious traditions like Hinduism was called as legend, mythology. Understand? Now, not only the elite intellectual class of the world is waking up to the truth, the vertical time zones exist, higher planes exist, life outside the planet Earth exists. We are not alone. Aliens exist. I tell you, even now, it's not too late. If scientists, researchers, explorers who are working in this field of vertical time zones, other locusts, other worlds, different time zones, aliens who are exploring this field, if they study agamas, if they sit with someone who has realized the revelations in the agamas, easily, very easily, you can not only all the great truths revealed in the Vedas and agamas are true, you can build as Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. Almighty myth, legend. It's all reality. Sit as Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Oh. Keep this planet Earth better place for you to come back till you achieve the ultimate enlightenment, moksha, You need to be coming back again and again. At least for that sake, keep this planet Earth as livable. Leave it as a better place when you go. So please understand, Kriya Pada is all about the science, methodology to connect with higher world beings, vertical time zone beings, and with their help, making our life better, making this planet Earth a better place to live. Each Hindu temple is machine, living machine, not just dead machine. It's a living organism which can just shoot you up straight to the loka where those gods reside. Drop the shit. I'm repeating, drop the shit of those gurus, stupid fellows who teach, oh, God is not somewhere, he's just inside. Hey, stop. Drop all the shit on those gurus who teach this shit. God, Paramashiva, and all his companions live in vertical time zones somewhere far away. They reflect in your consciousness. So be very clear. The shit gurus who teach, oh, he's inside you, okay. But have you realized it? Have you realized it? He is inside you also. He is far away in those vertical time zones also. Anyone who teaches God is inside you is okay. He's not lying. But if they make the next statement, oh, he's not far away somewhere out there. No, he is there. There are vertical time zones. And those great higher conscious beings do exist there. Kriya Pada is the unique contribution of Hinduism. Materialistic atheists can't digest Kriya Pada. They shiver in front of Kriya Pada. Listen. Materialists, atheists, and chronic capitalists, consumeristic society builds a soft religion which is more or less like makeup for your skin. Just skin deep makeup for you. They constantly brainwash you. Oh, God is inside. Means what? Once you say God is inside, you don't need to do anything. God is inside also. He is there far away in the vertical time zones also. By knowing him in the vertical time zones, not only you will bring all the great things from those higher dimension time zones to the planet Earth, you will make your life better and the planet's life better. Life in the planet Earth better. You will make planet Earth better place to live. Understand? Every great temple, when I say great temples, the temples where great enlightened beings, Samadhi, Jiva Samadhi is there. Those places are living organisms, can just straight send you to the higher worlds where those gods live, radiate, and shower blessings and auspiciousness. Blessings and auspiciousness. For example, Arunachala, Tiruvannamalai, Arunachaleshwara temple is capable of giving you direct darshan of Maha Kailasa. It can straight send you to Kailasa, give you the darshan. Meenakshi Sundareshwara's temple in Madurai can straight give you the experience of Kailasa, Maha Kailasa. Tirupati, Srinivasa's temple, Srirangam Ranganatha's temple, they can straight give you the experience of Vaikuntha. Understand? These are the organic, living organism. These are actually living organism, living energy portals, which can open up like a time shaft and teleport you directly to those lokas. Kriya Pada is the powerful science. Kriya Pada is the powerful science for you to go to those lokas and experience and come back. Tiruvarur, the Musagunda Chakravarti, not only he went to Devaloka, Suvarloka, he took his whole army, waged a war for the sake of Indra. So understand, it was a science in Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma. He went, fought war for Indra, won the war for Indra, and brought gifts from Indra to planet Earth. There are 27 things unique only to Tiruvarur, a unique flower, unique chariot, and the unique deity Tyagaraja. All of that, he brought it from Swarloka, from Devaloka. Hey, these are all not stories. Don't be apologetic, reluctant Hindu. These are truths. These are real, whatever has happened, history. If you think all these are myth, oh, maybe some different theory, a philosophical truth presented with a metaphor, you are a shitty, reluctant, apologetic Hindu. You are already brainwashed, gone, converted. Bull is reduced to bullock. Now you can only pull cart. You are consciously castrated when you stop understanding the great revelations of the Hinduism. When you start thinking Hinduism is mythology, our Puranas are mythology, you are spiritually castrated. You are consciously castrated. Don't try to say, why such harsh words? Simmagna Murti Sarabeshwara is talking. He will talk like this only straight. Don't be consciously castrated Hindu, spiritually castrated Hindu. Wake up. Science is yet to catch up with the cosmic science of Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Listen. If you understand about the higher worlds, you will realize you are not individual, you are a species. You will look beyond. What you know as the world. When you look beyond what you know as the world, the path for moksha opens up. Path for enlightenment opens up. Kriya Pada is connecting with those higher vertical time zone beings. Yoga Pada is preparing your being with enough fuel to reach the enlightened. Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 As Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
வருகவே நலம் தருப்பாய் வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே அண்டம் முழுதும் சிவாச்சி மலர வருகவே அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே சடைமுடி ஆட்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே கையிலையில் வாடும் எங்கள் கையிலை நாதனே கருணை வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே நலம் தரும்பாய் வருளும் நித்யானந்த.
Charyapada is manifesting the lifestyle of Paramashiva as Paramashiva. Kriyapada means connecting with Paramashiva, who is in Kailasa, and all the great superconscious beings in Kailasa like Ganapati, Nandi, Vishnu, Devi, Subramanya, all other gods. Connecting with all those gods, superconscious beings, and not only receiving blessings, grace from them, bringing all those great gifts to planet Earth and making this place a better place to live. So understand, Kriyapada is method to reach Kailasa. Third, Yoga Pada is to prepare your body, mind, being and fuel your body, mind, being to shoot up to Kailasa. Jnana Pada is powerful cognitions and truths which can make you manifest powers and enlightenment spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically, instantly, immediately. So, listen. Now, there are deeper truths, like even in Charyapada, in Charya, there is some Kriya. In Charya, there is some yoga. In Charya, Kriya means even in your lifestyle, you are expected to do a simple puja every day, kriya. Simple rituals like Sandhya Vandana. So even in Charya, kriya is there. Even in Charya, a little yoga, a daily pranayama is there. And even in Charya, reading of the spiritual scriptures, understanding, meditation is there. Same way, even in Kriya, there is a lifestyle. Person who does Kriya has to follow certain lifestyle and food habits and all that. And in Kriya also, there is Kriya, Kriya and Kriya. Listen, in Kriya there is a Kriya, means even when you do Kriya, you are supposed to do as Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. I will repeat. Chariyayul sariyai, sariyayul kriyai, sariyayul yogam, sariyayul jnanam. Inside Charya, lifestyle, there is some kriyas. Inside Charya, there is little yoga. Inside Charya, there is certain jnana, knowledge. Same way in Kriya. Kiriyayul sariyai, kiriyayul kiriyai, kiriyayul yogam, kiriyayul jnanam. Inside Kriya, there is a lifestyle. Person who does Kriya has to have certain lifestyle, like a food habits, the way you wake up, the time you wake up, so many things. So even inside Charya, inside Kriya, there is a Charya. Inside Kriya, there is a yoga. Before every puja, in Purvanga puja, you have to do pranayama. It's a compulsory. So inside Kriya also there is yoga. Inside Kriya there is jnana, like powerful cognitions, meditations like Bhuta Suddhi, all that. Same way in yoga, inside yoga there is a lifestyle, charya. Inside yoga there is Kriya. There are some rituals. You have to do Ishvara Pranidhana. That is why Patanjali says Ishvara Pranidhanani. Ishvara Pranidhana, surrendering to sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate. Listen, in jnana, sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
கொண்டாடுவோமே குருநாதா குருநாதா என்று பாடிடுவோம் நித்யானந்தா நித்யானந்தா என்று பாடிடுவோம் குருநாதா குருநாதா என்று பாடிடுவோம் நித்யானந்தா
குற்றமில் குண
Om, Om, Om. Listen. In tomorrow's darshan, I will elaborately explain this Charya, Kriya, Yoga, Jnana Padas. Charya Pada, Kriya Pada, Yoga Pada, Jnana Pada. Due to this technical glitch, it's again and again the stream is getting broken. And one more thing, this is such an intense subject, you need to continuously listen and internalize. So in tomorrow's darshan, I'll explain
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन Vijayi Bhava, Jaya Jaya.
Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his.
All of you will know when Swamiji sits, be it the jokes, the stories, the punch dialogues, the answers that Swamiji